All right, folks, it's 8 a.m. and we're going to go ahead and call back to order. I'd like to have Paul Marks II provide the Tlingit word of the day. Is he not on yet? If there's no objection, our tribal hostess had asked to be able to say a word really quick. Hearing no objection, Madam Hostess.
Good morning, everyone. Oh my goodness, it's so good to see your faces today. And I'm feeling like more like I should have been yesterday. I was very unprepared because I was traveling, didn't have my hat, didn't introduce myself. So Mr. Peterson, thank you for allowing me to be able to do that this morning. My English name is Alberta Helen Millie Thomas Schoonover. My Tlingit name that was given to me when I was born by my mother is Kalkdagon. I'm an eagle, wolf, killer whale. My father is a raven dog salmon. There was 9 of us kids, and my brother Harold and I are the 2 youngest, and we're the only 2 so far. So every day I count my blessings for another day. Again, I would like to thank Judy Helgeson for nominating me. And there are no words to convey how I feel about being chosen as your tribal hostess. It's such an honor. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa. And to Tasha Hotch, who introduced me, and for reading my bio, thank you. Thank you very much, Tasha. I very much enjoyed yesterday. You were able to pretty much keep on track. I thoroughly enjoyed the reports. They were very thorough. Today is an exciting day, nomination day, so I'd like to wish each and every one of you the very best of luck. I'm so proud of Central Council. I look back at the days, my very first, well, it wasn't called Tribal Assembly back then, it was just called Tlingit and Haida. And the amount of people then and the amount of people today, the way things went back then compared to, I mean, you guys are moving at a very fast track. Your leadership, each and every one of you, the staff, the only concern that I have, and I hear from tribal members, is during COVID, when they make calls or they send emails, they don't get a response, and it's very frustrating. But as far as the operations go, I mean, you guys are tops. You are #1. So keep up the good work, keep pulling together, keep moving forward. So I look forward to today and tomorrow. It'll be nice when we can meet in person. I just want to hug each and every one of you. It's so good to see your faces. So have a great day. Thank you, President Peterson. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa, Háw'aa.
Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa, Millie. We'll turn to the Haida word of the day, and surely if Paul isn't here, hopefully you can give the Tlingit word of the day.
Today's Háw'aa word of the day is Yachtang. It means to respect or think highly of something. La ant Yachtdangang means to have respect for him or her. Yachtang, Yachtang, Yachtang. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Paul Marks the second on? No. Shirley, would you be able to give a Tlingit word of the day? Shirley, you're muted. Perhaps while we wait for Shirley, we can adopt the minutes that were sent out last night for day 1, April 20th, 2022.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a
Yes.
motion to adopt the minutes from yesterday, 4/20/22 by unanimous consent.
Thank you. Is there any objection?
Second.
Hearing none, minutes are adopted. Thank you. Shirley, are you able to give us a word of the day?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can. Gunalchéesh.
We had this word before, and I think it's always good for a review to say Yaduchat. That means I'm right here. And I used to use it all the time with students when I take roll. And in view of the fact that COVID has really taken a toll, I think it's really good that we can actually say Yaduchat because we've gone through the worst of it. So Yaduchat means I'm right here. Yaduchat.
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 Yaduchat. Kunak yageh.
Gunalchéesh.
Gunalchéesh. Thank you, Shirley. Gunalchéesh. Okay, we'll move along and move into our committee reports, and I'll turn over to Ella Bennett, Chair of the Enrollment Committee.
Good morning, delegates. My name is Ella Bennett, and I serve as the Enrollment Committee Chair. Committee members include Laverne Wise, Vice Chair from Seattle, Stephanie Rainwater, Secretary from Seattle, Patricia Alexander from Sitka, Judy Helgeson from Craig, Frank Wright from Háw'aa. The Tribal Enrollment Committee is appointed by the Tlingit and Haida President. Follows Title 15, Tribal Enrollment Statute. Review and make determinations of new citizenship and any amendments to current citizenship. The Enrollment Committee is a component of the Tribal Assembly Credentials Committee. Tlingit and Haida delegates allocation is based on tribal citizenry. The increase in enrollment in 2021 was due to the Rescue and CARES Relief Program. Enrollment Committee report. In 2021, the Enrollment Committee met 4 times and reviewed and approved 1,551 new enrollments. This is the most new enrollments approved in 1 year in the history of the tribe. Last but not least, we approved 15 relinquishments, and 7 blood quantum corrections. The demographics. Total enrolled citizens as of December 31st, 2021 was 33,275. Approximately 2,000 updates were made. Addresses, phone numbers, email addresses, name, and voting communities. Approximately 1,000 letters were returned as bad addresses from the voting community update. Approximately 350 tribal citizens were placed in the Book of Remembrance. Other Enrollment Committee activities in 2021. In 2021, an approximate increase of 250% in new enrollment citizenry. Committee reviewed an average of 300 new enrollment applications per meeting. In 2021, approved new citizens, January 271, March 167, June 170, and in November 943. Due to the increase in enrollment application and inquiries, the Enrollment Committee increased its number of meetings from 2 meetings to 4. Delegates, thank you for your attention, and that concludes my report.
Thank you for that report, Ella. And as we're, getting used to this virtual world, I guess I'll ask if there's any questions on the reports. Okay, hearing none, we'll go into Judiciary Report.
Mr. President,
Oh, yes, Jackie.
I don't have a question, but do we need to accept the enrollment report? If so,
By Robert's rules, you don't have to accept reports. We do it out of habit. So
thank you.
totally. Thank you. All right. Judiciary Report.
Good morning,
Anyak Usani, Háda La Isis. Greetings, fellow delegates, Executive Council, President Peterson, and our elected justices, and a special congratulations and thank you to our tribal citizen hosts, Fred Luce Sr. and hostess Millie Schoonover. I'm Donna Ray James, the chairwoman of the Judiciary Committee, and I will be providing you with an introduction of my fellow committee members and then turn to the 2021 report. There are 7 other members on our committee, and those members are as follows: Patricia Alexander from Sitka, Carrie Dodson from Ketchikan, James Hart from Haines, Tasha Hotch from Anchorage, Bill Martin from Juneau, Eva Rowan from Kloak, and Will Micklin from San Francisco. Even though we had to continue making adjustments due to COVID, we held 6 meetings throughout the year. During those 6 meetings, the committee reviewed proposed statutory amendments related to the court's infrastructure, court procedure, the rules of the judicial conduct, and the family safety. The committee also reviewed and standardized the judicial officer complaint process. In coordination with the justices and the Office of the President and the committee, we participated in a strategic planning efforts for setting short and long-term goals and supporting the sustainability of the court system. In 2022, we will continue our work on reviewing recommendations and proposed changes to the rules of procedure and other statutory provisions. We plan to review and update the pro tem justice list and to implement the benchmarks set that will emerge from the strategic planning efforts. Tomorrow, you will be asked to cast your vote for Associate Justice. In preparation for your decision, the Judiciary Committee convened to rate the candidates. The candidates' ratings are as follows. Cheryl Fairbanks, highly qualified. Deborah O'Gara, highly qualified. Job Serebrov, highly qualified. Mary Marks, qualified. Thomas Weathers, highly qualified. This concludes our Judiciary Committee portion of the Tribal Courts report. Have a great tribal assembly and good luck to all the candidates this year. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa, and have a great day.
Thank you for that report. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we'll go on to the VAWA Task Force report.
Greetings, tribal citizens and delegates. We're here to provide you the 2021 Violence Against Women Task Force report. I'm here with our co-chair, Pat Alexander, and I'm Catherine Edwards, First Vice President and also co-chair of the VAWA Task Force. Our task force members are Michelle Demert, former Chief Justice Michelle Demert from Seattle, Carrie Lynn Dodson from Ketchikan, Rebecca Estrin from Ketchikan, Bob Sand from Sitka, Leona Santiago from Juneau, and Violet Sinsmeyer from Yakutat. And I'm going to turn this over to Pat so that she can tell you about what we've been up to during 2021.
Thank you, Catherine. It's very good to see everyone. Thank you, delegates, for your participation in this tribal assembly. In 2021, we had meetings and trainings, but due to COVID, we were only able to have meetings August 11th of 2021 and December 15th of 2021. Our VAWA trainings, the Tribal Child Support Unit Domestic Violence Awareness Training happened in 2021. Keeping Our Families Safe webinar series in Anchorage was something new, and Increasing Safety for Alaska Native Women Summit in Yakutat, which was an excellent training. Thank you. Vice President Catherine Edwards will now tell us about the activities that we had in 2021 and 2022.
Thank you, Pat. Our activities for 2021 included attending NCAA and VAWA Task Force meetings, meeting with Operation Lady Justice and staff, participating in Victims of Crime formula set-aside listening sessions, participating in the Office on Violence Against Women's tribal consultations, attending listening sessions on missing and murdered Indigenous people, meeting with Senator Lisa Murkowski and staff in DC, and providing written and oral testimony in hearings held by the Senate Select Committee on Indian Affairs on reauthorization of VAWA. And I want to say that that was thanks to our former Chief Justice who provided that testimony. We were able to see the Violence Against Women Act and special provisions for Alaska due to her hard work. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa, former Chief Justice Demert. And Pat, you can tell them about our goals for 2022.
Thank you. In 2022, we have a number of task force goals. We will assist in creating a community action plan. We'll create a presentation with Alaska Native Women's Resource Center on offender accountability and batterers programming. We'll hold discussion on victim blaming and shaming. We'll gather relevant data and hold discussion on missing and murdered Indigenous people. We'll create a Southeast Alaska resource directory and asset do asset mapping. Will track legislation and research on victims' rights. Will research and advocate on behalf of boarding school victims. And I want to take a moment to welcome all of the new task force members. And we have plenty of work to do, and we're happy to welcome them aboard. Thank you very much. Thank you, Catherine. Back to you.
Thank you, Pat. So as I said before, thanks to former Chief Justice Demeritt and all of her work, we were able to see VAWA get signed this year. We've been working a long time on getting it reauthorized. And we're really happy to say that this included special provisions for Alaska, and you'll be hearing more from former Chief Justice Demeritt as she does this work with the Alaska Native Women's Resource Center. Also, things to be looking for coming up is we're holding a march on May 5th in Juneau for MMIW, and Leona Santiago is going to be our lead on that. So if you're interested in participating, please make sure that you check in with her and then look for the flyers that are coming out. The other thing that we wanted to do is to special shout out to the men who participated on our lunchtime chat in our men's panel that we were able to hold when we were talking about the importance of protecting women and safety in our communities. And Madam Co-Chair, I think that concludes our report.
Thank you, Co-Chair Edwards.
Gunalchéesh and Háw'aa for this opportunity to serve in these roles, and we look forward to the work that we'll be doing here this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Ben Cornell.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I did have a question. Violence Crimes Compensation Board. When there's a violent crime that occurs, they may be eligible for insurance compensated for loss of work. It's up to $40,000. I'm aware of a case up in Anchorage where there was a domestic violence, and the guy took it out on the neighbor, which had nothing to do with the domestic violence that was occurring next door, but he took it out and stabbed her. So she was eligible. Have you guys helped out anybody like that for the Violence Crime Compensation Board?
I don't believe so, Ben. That's not something that this committee's been tasked with, but it's something that they may want to look into. And it might be something through our tribal courts.
It is huge because she was female and had nothing to do with it. It was a violent crime that happened against a woman. And I'm more than happy to try to assist if I can in the future. I was just wondering out loud. Thank you.
President Peterson.
Thank you. And I might encourage Ben, our VAWA committee, our task force could really use some men who want to step up and be on that committee as well. I'd encourage you to do that.
Leona did approach me, and I plan to be on the march on May 5th. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine?
President Peterson, if I may, through the chair.
Yes.
In answer to Delegate Cornell's question or partial answer, first of all, President Peterson is correct. The VAWA Task Force is looking for men who want to participate. If you notice, it was a lot of women that signed up, and you'll hear me say all the time, this is not just women's work, but we need our brothers there with us to help us move this work forward. And thank you for your comment about the Victims Compensation Board. We are, Dr. Tina Woods is looking to hire, and we're in between victims advocates through the tribal court and through Dr. Tina Woods' program, who would be helping us assist victims in that way. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll talk later. I'll be happy to help if I can.
If you can take your hands down now, and Mr. Sam. You're still on mute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I served on the task force and I signed up for the committee, but I noticed that I didn't get on this year, but I love this committee. It's service work that I really value, and getting to know the good men in Southeast Alaska is gonna be pretty special, especially with Mr. Cornell as well. So I really would like to continue service on this committee. Thank you.
Mr. Sam, I apologize. The list might not have gotten updated. You are on the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right. Any other questions?
Mr. President Peterson,
Yes, Leona. And
Um,
Bob, can you take your hand down? Go ahead, Leona.
I can't do the hand thing on my computer, and I just want to apologize. I just now got on here. I had a hard time getting in this morning, but I appreciate the work that the VAWA task force does, and I missed the report, so I just wanted to let them know that I am here. Gunalchéesh.
Gunalchéesh. All right, we'll move on to the tribal court report with Chief Justice Lang.
That's the one I'd like to be on, tribal.
Noble people of the land, Wadu Shingadagang Hadai Iskan Hadala is good people. Greetings, my fellow delegates, the Executive Council for Tlingit and Haida, President Peterson, our elected justices, and an extra special thank you and shout out to the tribal host and hostess, Fred Louth Sr. from Seattle, who hails from Hikta Handalai here in Prince of Wales in Heidelberg, Alaska, and to our hostess, a very special lady, Millie Schoonover, who hails from Craig, Alaska in Prince of Wales. I'm so honored to be presenting this 87th annual Tribal Court Report. La Insar Shkushtangan. Again, I would like to welcome everybody in this very transformative year and give you an update on what's happening with the tribal courts. I'm going to go over a report and introduce the staff, what we're doing, some statistics, and allow you to see how the court's developing and what direction we're moving. As I said earlier, my name is Kelp Farming. I live in Heidelberg, but I'm an elected Supreme Court Justice. I'd like to introduce you. You can see a picture here of Trinidad Contreras. Trinidad is our magistrate judge, but he's been serving in the capacity as our acting court administrator. And I'd like to thank him for an outstanding job of watching this court build and transist. Tlingit and Haida's judicial system, what we do and who we are is basically the following. We serve as an appellate court. The Court of Appeals is the Supreme Court justices. The trial courts consist of our judges and our magistrates, and the courts provide technical assistance on court development. They provide the opportunity for marriages, and the tribe right now and the courts in general are just planning for expanded services. It's been a really extremely hopeful year in terms of watching the court continue to build and develop. Who we are. The Judiciary Committee members are a committee that is selected and serve in a capacity to assist the tribal courts in their development as well. It's a close relationship, and it's building it's really the foundation for what's going to make a strong relationship for the future of the courts. The Supreme Court justices are elected officials by you, the delegation. The trial court judges, we have trial court judges, and they consist of, they can consist of, didn't mention, we also have pro tem judges, we have magistrate judges, we have trial court judges. We have a court administrator, who I introduced earlier. We have clerks of the court. We have the clerk of the court and court clerks. We have wellness court specialists. That is, the wellness courts are developing, and that'll be a whole presentation next year because of the direction they're moving right now. Tribal court development specialist and administrative support staff. Now I'd like to move into the 2021 tribal court data. This was put together to demonstrate to you, to show to you in a pie chart, two things, the non-confidential cases and the confidential cases. You can read for yourself and see in the chart how it's broken down, ranging with child support and civil cases, DV protection orders, family, which include divorce and custody. And then it breaks down into the confidential cases, and the numbers just gel with the chart on the left. Now, last year and this year, there was a 3-year tribal court case count in also a comparison, just so you'll know where we're at, especially given the issues of COVID and that taking that into consideration. You can look at the numbers, and this year you can see for yourself the comparison of the numbers. That's basically what the chart's there. You know, how active is the court? Are we continuing to serve the community even in this given time of COVID? Moving on, there's a 3-year comparison given in the form of a chart. And what it does is it also includes the first quarter for this current year. And as I spoke earlier, we don't know what to anticipate, because with the wellness courts, there will be more activities anticipated, but just for now, this is a snapshot in comparing where we are now to last year and the year before. Our court administration has special projects, and I'd like to mention those so that you know what's happening with special projects in the court. There was a real alignment for getting processes in order, and I think some of these subjects that we're going to be speaking about really speak to why the courts are really flowing so well. The Judiciary Committee staff support that's provided now has really improved the relationships and the foundational processes that were so needed. There's a Tlingit and Haida child welfare work group, which our administrators are part of. There's been improvements to the website and forms and processes that were really needed to make sure, as you know, sovereignty will be tested in our courts. And so a lot of this is very important work. Tribal court development and consultation is another special project, and the court expansion project, which there's tentative dates for that. But as you know, anytime there's building and planning, we can only anticipate dates. And so until we get further information, get funding in place, make sure everything's in order, there'll be a tentative date that's provided, but that's all it is tentative for now. So, but the project is moving forward. Okay, moving on, I would like to introduce you to the associate justices who I have the high honor of working with. Associate Justice Aurora Lear was re-elected last year, and Associate Justice Cheryl Demert Fairbanks, her term ends this year and is up for re-election. And I can just speak for the last 2 years of developing a relationship that is so amazing and we go into our meetings with intention and looking at the big picture and working to improve relationships, and looking at it from a healthy perspective. And I think that that's really lent well to our ongoing relationships with each other and with all of the people that we work with. Some of our activities that we do, we have weekly meetings, and like I said, we have set our intentions for healing and culture. That's critical if you want to work with helping other people. I think you have to stay focused yourself with a healthy framework. One of the big items for me personally and professionally is the incorporation of culture and healing into the system, the judicial system. That's just something that I think is very critical, given we are a tribal court. Peacemaking through the elders court and a national colloquium is something that we are focused on, because it's some of the work that we do and hope to bring back and strengthen our courts. Visioning and strategic planning with the Judiciary Chair and administration. We've moved from the first stage to stage 2, and the tentative date is in May of this year of 2022. And so that is exciting news for everybody involved, so we can meet each other, know each other, and strengthen each other. Transition planning with intentions to strengthen the court was something we did, and I feel confident that those were absolutely phenomenal moves. So there's the model court project. We always dream, we have our dreams, and one of our dreams is to have a child welfare court that focuses actually on a state court that supports our vision and what we're doing. So thank you for your valuable time, your precious time, and listening to what's going on with your tribal courts. And I want to say that we always close with those we honor, and we talked about this. The justices had a little talk, and we said we want to pay our highest honor to, first of all, of course, our ancestors, our Guaigans, our clans, our matriarchs, and our future generations. And in closing, I always include the vets, and so I don't want to overlook them. I think the statement that says we do not inherit this land from our ancestors, but that we simply borrow it from our children, rings true in all of the work that we do. And I look forward to this next year and continuing to serve you, and to let you know that I'm very proud of all the good work that's being done for you at the tribal court level. Thank you.
Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa, Carol Juice, our Chief Justice Lisa Lane, you wanted to make another comment. Lisa, are you on?
Beg your pardon. Thank you, President Peterson. I wanted to say that I just look forward, and the video was really difficult to do, and I really commend your staff. They did a great job. As we go forward together, I'm hoping that the spirit of collaboration and wellness is a stamp that we put on. I pay so much respect to the people today at the table. Many of us, many of you are involved in national, international, regional, local, and community efforts. And I just really didn't have the ability to focus on saying thank you for all of the good work that you do. And again, I'm calling in from Háw'aa, honoring the land, my homelands. And thank you, Richard, for allowing me to just check in on day 2 and say what an amazing job. This is working out so well for everybody. Wishing you a productive rest of the meetings, and reminding people that we are on the appeals court. And I have to always remind people in the friendliest way that we cannot communicate about cases. Otherwise, I would have to recuse ourselves. And so with a big friendly reminder and a love to you all. With that, I close, and I would say, Yat Hat Iskan Atlan Dam Ijang. That's the way I heard her say this morning, that we're still here. And in Haida, we say Atlan Dan Ijang. So good job, and love to all of you delegates, love to all of you honored people that are here today. Thank you, President Peterson. Back to you.
Thank you. Marvin Adams.
Thank you. Chief Justice Lane, that was a great report, and thank you for all your hard work. I wanted to know if the Central Council is eventually going to start addressing intellectual property and some of the violations of people like, third parties using, artifacts and using different arts without permission from the clans. And I'm just wondering, is in the near future, is the Chief Justice Court going to address those issues? Because it's near and dear to everybody. There's just a lot of issues out there. So is that something going forward that the court can start addressing? Thank you.
May I answer him?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Marvin, we are a newly developing court, and I really want to reemphasize that to everybody. A lot of the processes, the things we're doing, we have to do correctly. And we have limits on what we're to do and have jurisdiction over. But I know we have in-house counsel, Madeline Sobolov, Levy, Jada. She's in-house counsel, and those are executive level decisions for, development, future visionary thinking. And so what I will do, Marvin, is that, and thank you for that good question, bring those types of questions back to the group that are going to be doing the strategic planning. What is our foundational value and our vision for the court? And right now I see it focused on providing, services to our tribal members. That's the number one, including culture, and then developing in the best way. Of course, IP is very important. It is very, very important. But as we prioritize, I think that next year we can come back to you and say, this is what we've agreed on. And wellness overall. Wellness is really, once we get a grip on that and start moving forward with our wellness courts, then things come together better. Things like economic development, the more complicated issues that you're speaking to, like IP, that's critical. But I do rely on the guidance of our President Peterson. You've put it in his ear now, you've put it in my ear, and the Judiciary Committee, the people that are involved in the development of the court. But I want to reemphasize that we are a younger court, just building a strong foundation, and that's critical. So thank you for that great question, and it's in our ear now, Marvin, so it won't fall to the ground, but when we get a priority list, I'll make sure there's something that goes back out to the delegation. Thank you for that question.
Good morning, Jerry.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. President. This will be the third request, and I think what I'll do is make a little bit of an adjustment over the past couple of years, and that is to request full faith and credit be added into the report with the state system and tribal courts. I haven't been tracking it recently, just to let you know, and I'm really interested in this because that's a key component in the relationship between a state government, tribal government. I know that Central Council had a lawsuit years back and was successful in it. I also know that Tribe of Alaska had full faith and credit issue that was weighed in favor of Sitka tribe on ICWA. But there's a wider net that we need to cast in terms of the full faith and credit issue with the state courts recognizing tribal courts. And I don't need to get into too much depth here. in a response, but I'd just like to add that, or request to add that in a future report. Gunalchéesh.
Okay, we'll move on to the, Paulette. You're muted, Paulette. Paulette, you're muted.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning.
Deputy Delegate Paulette Marino, take me. Thank you so much through the chair for that wonderful report. I have a question. I would like to also join Jerry in having a conversation at a future date or through strategic planning to see how the tribal court may be able to help Sitka and Sitka Tribe of Alaska with the protection of the herring. This year, the Sitka Sappho fishery had fished the highest amount in history of herring. And of course, we as Sitka delegates are extremely concerned, and we're just wondering, Tlingit and Haida has been very supportive, Mr. President, but is there a way that tribal court in the future could be involved, that we could use our sovereign muscle and flex that when we work with the state of Alaska or the federal government? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Paulette. We'll add that to the discussions at the Tribal Court Judiciary Committee. Okay, moving on to Climate Change Committee report.
Will Micklin, Chair of the Climate Change Committee. The Climate Change Committee and Native Land and Resources Department met 6 times since the 86th Tribal Assembly, with 5 meetings in 2021 and 1 in 2022. The committee recognized climate change is a code red, that immediate, rapid, and large-scale reductions in emissions are necessary, and that it's now or never for meaningful action. Tlingit and Haida will seize every opportunity to build adaptable, resilient, and sovereign communities. These actions include the build out of infrastructure necessary for resilient communities, achieving our goal of net zero carbon emissions by 2030, and decarbonize Southeast Alaska as soon as possible. Tlingit and Haida is a leader in accelerating a clean and green transition for Southeast Alaska through infrastructure, indigenous knowledge, food sovereignty, and a green economy. The key to achieving our goals is tribal jurisdiction and regulation, collaboration through co-management and stewardship, and participation in decision-making among other governments. In 2021, the Climate Change Committee established 12 objectives. And in our written report, we update these objectives with current opportunities for action. Please note, each of these 12 objectives are ongoing initiatives engaged in by Tlingit and Haida and are deemed essential to climate change mitigation, adaptation, and resiliency for our Southeast Alaska communities. Also note, even outside of climate change objectives, each of these stands on its own as a significant benefit with long desired outcomes. The committee thanks the Native Land and Resources Department for their support and for working the climate change plan for Tlingit and Haida. The committee members are available to discuss our written report with delegates and welcomes all committees, comments and recommendations. Gunalchéesh and Háw'aa, Yewe.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the Climate Committee? Okay, hearing none, we'll have the BIA Alaska Region report.
Hello, Gene Beltola Jr. here. I'm the Regional Director for the Bureau of Indian Affairs in Alaska. I'm greatly honored and privileged to be greeting you today. My mother's side of our family hails from Southeast Alaska, my late grandmother, Mabel Pike, maiden name Wilson, and my biological grandfather, Benjamin C., were both raised and started our family in Southeast back in the day. You should be aware that your Alaska BIA regional staff have worked tirelessly since the onset of the pandemic to continue to provide service to you while balancing the health and safety concerns for themselves and their families. At times, this was not a very easy task. The Department of Interior, hence the Bureau of Indian Affairs, has announced our return to work plan. Barring any large-scale sustained spikes, we are on track to get as close as we can to the work environment that existed prior to the onset of the pandemic. This means that most, if not all, of your BIA Alaska workforce will be back in place by the end of May and ready to further serve you. Of special note, earlier this year, this administration announced that the ability to make determinations on outstanding and future land and trust applications was handed back to regional directors. As you may recall, in prior years when this delegation authority was granted, we here in Alaska had an exception. This meant that all regions but Alaska could proceed in making a determination on these applications. Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs, Brian Newland, clarified that this responsibility lies within the purview of the Alaska region as well. Now, I'm happy to report that later this spring, the Alaska region will be at a point where we will be able to make a determination on the first batch of your Tlingit and Haida's outstanding applications, with more to be addressed in the following months. Earlier this winter, the Department of the Interior and the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs offices held several consultations concerning the federal subsistence program. These sessions were very well attended, and the Alaska Regional Office subsistence staff are diligently working with our counterparts in DC to get these comments summarized and forwarded to the Secretary for her consideration. Our state is slated to have two very important visitors this month. First, the Secretary of Interior, Deb Haaland, is making a series of visits throughout Alaska this week, and the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs, Brian Newland, will be visiting Southeast, South Central, Western, Northwest, and Interior Alaska on a very aggressive meeting schedule starting next week. As I mentioned in prior years, the specific goal of the Alaska region is to serve federally recognized tribes in Alaska. But in order for us to meet our mission and goal, we need you. We need you to work collaboratively and cooperatively with us. This is most effective and achieved when we can meet and converse with one another. It has been a great challenge to do so during this pandemic. Now, with the majority of our populace being vaccinated, case counts on a downward trajectory, and our DOI return to work plan, I'm hoping we can once again meet one another face to face. This holds true not only for me, but the rest of our staff as well. I've said it before and I'll say it again, the Bureau of Indian Affairs continues to be a tool to be utilized, a conduit to attain a goal, and should not be looked upon as the only mechanism to achieve a goal. Achieving a proper solution can only be accomplished if you, the tribal member, and the tribal organization are intimately involved in the inception, creation, and delivery of a solution. We can get more accomplished working side by side rather than independently. At this point in my career, I'm about to complete my 38th year of civil service within the Department of the Interior and all of it here at home in Alaska. During my tenure, I have come to realize whether it be subsistence, tribal sovereignty, or providing specific services for our residents, we, generally speaking, cannot nor should we wait for government to solve our challenges. At times, our federal agencies might not even be aware that a challenge exists, let alone be able to provide the solution. We need to be proactive, identify our challenges, and recommend and put forth a solution. In conclusion, we here at the Bureau of Indian Affairs ask you to utilize our expertise as we plan to continue to utilize yours. On behalf of the employees of the Alaska region and myself, we wish you a safe, rewarding, and productive gathering. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that report. Mr. Patola is not live, so if there are any questions, we can relay them, but hearing none, we do have Anthony Malott. Oh, Catherine?
Well, I had a quick one. I was wondering what they mean in terms of, I know what collaboration means, but I was wondering if he was here, what kind of cooperation from us they would be looking for. Thank you, President Peterson.
Thank you. Sue? You're muted.
I've been wanting to ask this for quite a while. I was hoping there'd be a question and answer for Deb Haaland last fall, but in Wrangell, there were like 5 of my family members who couldn't get dental care that we considered very important or emergency. And I wrote like 3 letters to the CEO of Search, and he just would send it down to patient compliance, and they didn't really ever do anything about it. So it took about, a year to 2 years for them to get broken teeth, fillings that fell out, and things like that done, root canals. Anyway, I was going to see what can we do. I mean, I think I found out from a nurse at the hospital that if you write 2 letters of, if you file a complaint, I forget what you call it, with Search, it only takes two of those letters for them to remove a person who is not giving natives the kind of service that we are entitled to. So I'd like to find out more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Those questions would really be appropriate for IHS, not Interior, though. So neither Deb Holland or Jean Patola would be able to provide any kind of answers. Thank you, Marvin.
Thanks, Mr. President. The question I had for the BIA rep, Jean, was, could you give us a more thorough update on the land into trust? I know it was really important progress we were making, and it seemed to come to a halt. And I was just wondering if you might be able to be more specific on, how many of them that made it in Alaska land into trust, and if there's any holdups. Thank you.
Thank you, Marvin. And to answer Nancy Keene's question is Eugene Patola. All right, any other questions or comments? Hearing none, then I'll turn over to Anthony Malott, who's joining us live to give us the Alaska report.
Gunalchéesh, President Peterson, Gunalchéesh, to the Executive Council and Tlingit and Haida Delegate. I'm really appreciative of the opportunity to join you live. Very important for us to be able to present not only our current story, but how important Tlingit and Haida is to all the work that we do. And we see Alaska ourselves. We are coming up on our election period, community meetings, our annual report dropping. There's going to be a lot of information about our financial results, the success of our businesses. I wanted the chance to tell a story that we've been sharing this year because of the 50th anniversary of ANCSA and the 50th anniversary of See Alaska. And I have a presentation if I'm able to share screen. If I'm not, I can. Do you see that, President Peterson?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Helps me just talk through how important Tlingit and Haida is as a partner and a leader for our people. The work that you do, the growth that you've seen, the focus on health and wellness, the focus on the environment is inspiring to us. It motivates us to work side by side you and serve our same people. Your tribal citizens are our shareholders, and our shareholders are your tribal citizens. So the coming together of the vision is something I'm so excited about. You all know this history, but I just throw this up because See Alaska's history is our people's history. It's the A&B, ANS history, and it's Tlingit and Haida's history. So land claims really came from 10,000 years of our people living in our homelands successfully. The AMB and ANS knew that. They knew that we had lost something. The formation of Tlingit and Haida, the fight for land claims, the successful award that was given in 1968, even though there was no land provided in that settlement. And then again, finally, the creation of ANCSA. We've been telling this story because history is important. We know how important the history of our people is, understanding our values, understanding our tie to our homelands. The history can also be important when looking back at things on what not to do. And I think Tlingit and Haida can appreciate the fact that ANCSA was a structure that was unique, to say the least, unproven. And we've had 50 years to prove that ANCSA can be meaningful to our shareholders and our communities. There are some people that see the word corporation and they just expect us to be your typical for-profit corporation. Sealaska has taken 50 years to define a Sealaska that works for us and our people and our communities. And there is no Sealaska without our people. There's no Sealaska without our homelands. There's no Sealaska without Tlingit and Haida. There's no Sealaska without our focus on supporting our shareholders in the things that they care about. But we've had to define that. So I call that the slow start to ANCSA. We had to define working in a for-profit corporation that made sense for our people, make it a native organization, not your typical for-profit corporation. That took time. We didn't know how to run corporations. That took time. 40 years, inability to stick to a consistent business strategy. And I'm talking about Sealaska here, but we see this all across the state in terms of Alaska Native Corps. There were bankruptcies. There were, just business failures all across the ANCSA spectrum. We really tied it to an inability to create a vision and stick to a consistent business strategy. And one thing, and this is where Tlingit and Haida comes in, there was way too many expectations heaped on ANCSA. Too many expectations, too much need. And I would say we have to work on these things. But ANCSA was expected to dive in and fix all of this when we didn't even know how to run the corporation in the first place. And throughout our history, we've had successes in some of these areas, but we've also gotten lost trying to achieve too much. And so that history, this is the backward look, right? So if we know that these expectations are not going away, we know that the need of our shareholders are there. We know that our shareholders want us to make improvements in these areas. How do we take that history and how do we start making more progress in these areas? So we're not celebrating the last 50 years of ANCSA. We're learning from the last 50 years. And we're using that learning to focus on what's really important, which is the next 50 years. How do we take the successes and the failures from our last 50 years and build to meet the expectations that are heaped on all of us, not just Sealaska. Tlingit and Haida has all of these expectations and more from your own tribal citizens. I hope you've heard how important the cultural values have been to us turning around the operational performance of our businesses. We've spent 10 years translating our cultural values into everyday employee use and decision-making, and it is working. We have the proof. We've been highlighting that through our financials. And again, I won't dive into what we have going on the business side because we have so much, both news stories, annual report, meetings, virtual meetings coming up that I hope many of you are able to join. It would be fantastic. Some of them will be in person. We will be having some of the first in-person meetings we've had. I trust that those that are still cautious about COVID will be given the chance to stay cautious. We will have virtual meetings, but we know that being together is important as well. And this is later in May, so we have some time to continue to watch numbers, but I really hope that we're able to meet with many of you. Translating those values into everyday use, and then I said building that vision, keeping to a strategic plan that doesn't change every year. And I love to hear Will Nicklin, the environmental focus and vision you have at TNH. It ties so closely to our vision of ocean health. Our businesses work towards ocean health within seafood, better managed seafood, resource management, low impact protein, focus on renewable energy within our environmental services business, and all following the lead of our core values is how we are creating success. But business success doesn't matter unless our shareholders feel it through things that they care about: education, workforce development, language revitalization. So we've been spearheading that mantra. Business success needs to lead to shareholder success. And we need to put the same amount of strategic thought and focus that we have on the business side onto the shareholder side of our work. And so we have been putting together strategic plans, 50-year strategic plans. The board has been working on a 100-year vision of health and wellness for our people and our environment and our communities. We need the strategic plan and the consistency to make progress in these areas, just as we have utilized a consistent and visionary strategic plan to increase the success of our businesses. And I trust that as I walk through some of the growth that we've been able to create in shareholder benefits, we had $28 million in shareholder benefits in 2020, 26 million in 2021. These are some of the largest absolute dollar amounts going to shareholder benefits in Sealaska's history. And there's more programs than we've ever had. Dollars is just one part of it. The dollars only make so much progress. The ability to partner and work side by side other entities is what makes true progress. And so as I've walked through some of the extra effort and dollars that Sealaska has been putting behind things that the shareholders have told us we need to work on, I'm proud to say that Tlingit and Haida is the greatest partner we have in every single one of these efforts. We have a $10 million language revitalization fund, and Tlingit and Haida and your language program has been the greatest partner in that effort. Our Sustainable Southeast Partnership work, again, creating a vision that everybody can get behind, the economic, social, and environmental success of our communities, and just getting good projects done on the ground side by side our communities. Tlingit and Haida knows this work, and we are stronger. The SSP is stronger with Tlingit and Haida at the table. Spruce Root, you've been part of our programs, increasing shareholder owned businesses, increasing the capacity and growth of those businesses, increasing entrepreneurial spirit within Southeast Alaska, and we continue to work on exciting things like kelp farming and mariculture in Southeast Alaska. And this is a presentation that we've been giving again because people want us to talk about the last 50 years. But the real point of all of this is the next 50 years. The real expectations, the real need that ANCSA started with is not going away, and it may be growing. We need to work together to create that vision of healthy environments, communities, and people, that we stay committed to working together and making progress towards that vision, whether it takes the next 50 years or the next 100 years. Alaska will stay committed to that vision. We will stay committed to being a greater and stronger partner to Tlingit and Haida and all the other great partners that we both have. And I thank you for allowing me to speak to you live. It's very important for me to have that opportunity. It's harder when it's just you speaking to a video, but knowing that you guys, all of you, are on the other side makes me feel good and happy to be with you today. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa, and Newsom.
Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa, Anthony. I'm expecting a lot of questions for you today, so let me see if there's any hands up. Juliana.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. First of all, thank you, Gunalchéesh Anthony Mallet, for making it clear that Alaska works with the tribes. That's most important. The whole reason we have the Native corporations is so that we can survive capitalism. And some of the shareholders that are up here in Alaska, up in here in Anchorage, have had the opportunity to experience with other Native corporations up here. Like I have worked with Bethel Services, with the Bethel Native Corporation. And I had the opportunity to work with cost proposals, underbidding contracts, and so forth. So I was fully aware of the 2013 of how we were in an area where we didn't have experience for those underbidding, so forth. Like you said, we are young, we're learning, and our expectations are very high, but we're still learning these things that the corporations up here have already been, experiencing already. And so they are fully on game of how to prepare those things. So my thoughts are that maybe that we can maybe get some feedbacks from all our shareholders are up here with experience, so that we can pull each other together and share that, what our knowledge, what we know, and see if we can, push ourselves ahead instead of looking within the corporation itself of what your understanding is. When we're up here and we have that experience, we have that knowledge of what we can do. So that's just a suggestion. I hope, maybe somebody thinks about, doing that, but I've been more than willing to help out. Another thing, I like how you worked really hard, 50 years of the corporation saying, hey, we are cultural, we are not separate from our tribe. We're not trying to make revenue and then distance ourselves from the tribes. We want everybody all in the same working together. And I appreciate that. I mean, on my end, I'm always telling what our people are everywhere. I mean, this is where our land is. This is where we are taking our roots and trying to be competitive in the capitalism like everyone else is. It's very difficult. We're going to make a lot more mistakes, but I think we'll be more successful in the end too. Gunalchéesh.
Gunalchéesh. I'll just say one comment. We have the Sea Alaska Shareholder Participation Committee specifically to have people come, bring that expertise, and meet with both the Sea Alaska Board and Sea Alaska Management. So anybody, any delegate, any TNH citizen anywhere, please learn about the SPC, the Shareholder Participation Committee, and that is one avenue. And we want to hear more ideas to get more avenues for shareholders to participate with us. And thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Paulette.
Thank you so much, President Peterson. Through the chair, I'd like to comment on Anthony's report. Thank you so much, Anthony, for your report and all the work and leadership that you've done for Sea Alaska. I think that it is really important what you're saying, that we're looking back at the last 50 years from the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood, and the formation of things. And you asked how to make progress into the next 50 years. You highlighted collaboration with Lincoln, Haida, and other organizations. I think that's really, really key. And by the way, thank you for the protective species observer training and the other marine training through Sea Alaska. I thought that was innovative and creative. So I have two things that I wanted to mention. The first is sovereignty. I think that as we work together with Sea Alaska, AV, AMF, Lincoln, Haida, and all the other organizations, that we make a move towards strengthening our sovereignty. And I see President Peterson and many of the others with the leadership positions in doing so. So I would like to support and encourage that focus into the next 50 years. And with that being said, I think the other part is at some point with respect to whatever our foundation is in regards to politics and representation on a local, state, and national level, I think it would be really good if we were able to really support our people in campaigning for village, local, state, and national positions. I think that would be really, really effective. So those two things, flexing our sovereignty muscle and having representation on all levels. Thank you so much through the chair.
Just the tribal sovereignty lies with Lincoln and Haida. And I know it's been people have watched this Sea Alaska trying to go into that lane in any of our avenues. And the respect we have for your tribal sovereignty is held up by a board resolution. And so we've shared that board resolution with you, and we will work side by side in any capacity you want support to exert your tribal sovereignty, but we won't step into any sovereignty role. And that's important for us. We want to support your right as the federally recognized tribe. The other comment on continuing to work together and the other comments you made, I'm open to have conversations with all of that. Hope that I'm going to put my email in the chat and you can reach out. We can discuss in more detail any of the comments that you've shared.
Thank you, Anthony. Ben Cornell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, President. Anthony, I do like your candor speech, and I think Goldbelt would be very happy to either work with Clinton and Haida or Sea Alaska in the future. I know in the past, before the pandemic, we were trying to meet board to board to discuss all of that. I support Sea Alaska, I support Clinton and Haida. We're much stronger together on. I'll keep the comment short. It's just, I appreciate your efforts that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Jackie?
Yes, thank you. And Gunalchéesh, thank you, Anthony, for your fine report. And I also want to thank See Alaska for their efforts in partnering, particularly during this pandemic, with the various entities around Southeast Alaska. But you asked the question, what should you be focusing on for the next 50 years? And I will be very clear that I think See Alaska's responsibility is to focus on the business operations. It's because of the revenues that you've generated, no matter how they happened at this point of time, that you've been able to be a strong partner when our communities needed it. And so I would urge you to keep the eye on the prize, which is expand and continue your business operations so that reinvestment into our communities happens through the nonprofits and the other entities that are set up to do the various responsibilities, and not think that See Alaska has to carry those responsibilities in the implementation of those programs, but investing in those programs. So thank you so much and keep up the good work.
Thank you for that reminder. And I hope you hear it loud and clear in our community meetings that the shareholder work we do inspires our businesses. Maybe the expectations have slowed down our businesses in the past, but now our ability to benefit our communities and people inspire our businesses. And we know that we cannot slow down on the business success, because that just leads to greater shareholder success. And so that constant reminder is needed, though, because you can never forget that. Again, we have history showing we can get lost in the expectations and doing the shareholder work. We can't get lost in that. We need to have the resources to do everything we want to do for our people. Chief.
Thank you, Anthony. Karen?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say Háw'aa Gunalchéesh for my See Alaska's scholarship for when I went to University of Washington to get my master's degree. And that with Tlingit and Haida and having some scholarships is one of our tribal sovereignties practices, because I want our students who are attending university to say that my government paid for my college versus with added to the United States government too as well. And so if our students can just recognize that that is part of our sovereignty practice. Háw'aa Gunalchéesh.
Karen. Cecilia?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Anthony, for your report. I would like to reiterate something that I had mentioned before in the past about all of us are in the same canoe, and we have an ownership interest. See Alaska has an ownership, and thereby us shareholders, in Barnacle and Orca. And I believe that if our shareholders were to receive 5-10% discount, specially designated for us as shareholders, that a lot of our shareholders would participate in purchasing products from those our companies. And I know that they're not fully ours, but it would boost sales and there would be more dividends. So if there's a way that is there a way that we can do that? Specific emails or constantly push folks to create a My See Alaska page so they can find out that these discounts are available to them, or sales, or do you understand what I'm saying?
I absolutely do, and I think it's a great idea. It's something that we can follow up on, and email, website, other avenues to do that are good ideas.
Thank you. I have President Martin next, but I wanted to make sure those that spoke, if you still had your hand up or had it up again. but President Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to thank my tribal nephew, Dr. King, for his excellent report, and appreciate all that you've been doing for us in Alaska. My concern is the celebration that's coming up with the increase in COVID cases, especially that showed up in Sitka this past week, that Alaska Heritage rethink the celebration that's coming in June. I think it puts us in a precarious situation. And I'm hearing that some of the dance groups are pulling out, and I wonder if you've heard anything about that. And again, I really wish that Alaska would reconsider holding that, or at least postponing it to a different time. Thank you.
I will relay that to SHI. I know I just had an email conversation and a live conversation with this about them yesterday. They are thinking about this daily. They are watching daily. They have the full ability to reassess, and your comments and input, they add to their decision making. So, Gunalchéesh.
Thank you. Clinton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Anthony and a comment. First, Anthony, I'd like to thank Alaska for their donation of salmon during the pandemic to the Craig tribe. For all our members, that was well represented and well thought of gift that Alaska presented to the tribes. My comment and concern is the future of your marine protection and probably into kelp farming. There are some kelp farms around Prince of Wales that were installed, and there was no tribal knowledge given to that areas. And where they place those kelp farms are traditional use areas that really have laid a burden on some of our members to harvest seal, halibut, venison. Those are areas where they put the kelp farms where we use those. And I just want to ensure that if Alaska supports a certain kelp farm on or around Craig and or on around Prince of Wales, that the tribes are notified and collaborated with in these areas. We're a very popular destination for these kelp farms all up and down Southeast. I want to make sure that our traditional homelands and our knowledge that we have of the land is protected. Thank you.
Well, I agree with you 100%. And as we dive into the industry, we've already been telling industry participants that they have to work with our tribes and they have to listen to the tribal voice. We've been trying to get meetings and anytime mariculture, the industry is trying to move too fast, and we see that. And so, our comments are slow down, hear from the tribes, hear from the community, work with them, or else it's all going to crumble. So we agree.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Yeah.
Thank you for that. That's good to know that you see the fast movement. There's permits going up like crazy around Prince of Wales, and even other countries are moving here. We met with Blue Kelp there in Europe, and their estimated goal is to put 1,000 square miles of kelp farms in Southeast Alaska. That's a lot of area to cover for one company. And we'd like to make sure we keep an eye and we collaborate on these issues with Tlingit and Haida and Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you, Clinton. Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Mr. Malott, for your report. I'm wondering if, as land into trust issues become more resolved in Alaska, if Alaska might consider partnering with Tlingit and Haida to expand carbon sequestration programs by maybe transferring over those lands to the tribe if they are able to be protected in trust status, and really support the sovereignty and the the jurisdiction over those lands through tribal authority and any other sort of land ownership partnerships with the tribe.
I think we're going to have those conversations, and we're not averse to those conversations. And one area that may make sense more quickly than carbon sequestration is with sacred sites and the ability to work with tribes to manage the sacred sites in their traditional territories. And I think that could lead to avenues of even greater participation and co-management of even our lands with P&H and other tribes. So yes, open to the conversation.
Thank you, Anthony. Shirley?
You hear me?
I can.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Malott. The question I have is in regards to the part of Alaska that seems to be separate. I'm not sure about that, but the logging and the cutting of timber and those kind of things never seem to hear too much from them. And when they do come to give a report, it's really quick and they're gone. And when they send emails out to say what they're going to do and all excitement, and I respond, and then it turns out that the email is sent out, you can't respond to it. And then you never hear anything else. So what part do they play in the Sea Alaska picture? And why is it we don't hear from them that much? Gunalchéesh.
Sheesh. We will specifically make sure that the SBC, and I want to thank Shirley for her service on the SBC, specifically, thank you. We will bring back information on our land management business. We made the decision to stop all old growth logging last year. So we've been out of logging and transitioning out of logging for over a year and focusing on carbon markets, environmental markets, community use, cultural use, potential for tourism, potential for mariculture. And so all of that we can bring back to the SBC.
Thank you. Paula?
Thank you. Anthony, this is Paula Peterson, the delegate for Kisan. I just wanted to talk to you about the being good relations relatives, where the tribes, Sea Alaska, the village corporations, and Tlingit and Haida would come together and work on issues. I saw this as a great opportunity for all of us to come together, understanding each other. And I hope that in the near future, these in-person meetings can continue.
We agree, and yes, getting past COVID was a part of it, but we agree in the value of those efforts wholeheartedly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gil.
Go ahead. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This is for Anthony. Anthony, it's good to see you on very much. And my question is, I know, well, first of all, I've known that Sea Alaska has backed and supported the landless, the 5 villages. However, when Cecilia got on, either I missed something or not. I would like to have heard her, or perhaps you can echo her, what she had said. She seemed to be cut off right away. Before I got myself together here. Just to find out what the status of the landless villages are right now, and all this, what, 40, 50 years now? And so the repetitious answers we get, yes, we're working on it. I know our hands are tied in so many ways, but is there any progress coming? Really, actually, reality. Gunalchéesh, Anthony, thank you.
I won't dive in because I know Cecilia with Alaska support is bringing back information on the land list to Tribal Assembly. So she has more to come. Alaska is completely supporting it. And I believe we have Jaylene with her to kind of give an update on the land list. It is a bill in progress. We always believe there is an opportunity, and your story and messaging helps us cross the finish line. So more to come from Cecilia and the team that is doing the real work to make it known that this is a social justice issue that has to be resolved.
Thank you. Harriet Belil. Harriet, you're muted. There you go. Go ahead.
Hey there.
Harriet.
Yeah, some people have been on twice, about 12 of them, and this is my first time on. I'm a delegate from Sitka. First of all, addressing Anthony Malott, I would like to say that I'm from Wrangell, but I'm not a landless. I consider the landless issue an unresolved issue that should really worry the board of directors of Alaska, and it should be a priority. I'm not left out because I'm registered in Sitka, Sciatica. I would like to say that I think that the board of directors should make it a priority because these people have been waiting 50 years already. And the next thing I wanted to talk about was the violence against women. I think that should be another priority for Alaska and for all the Native, because they don't take a look at what is happening. I lived in Anchorage 33 years and raised my children there. And it is very hard to get the attention. The police treat you terrible. I had some incidents in my family where they didn't pay attention to what happened. I had to go back down there and demand their attention. So as much as money as they pay and train police officers, they don't do their job sometimes, sadly to say. And I have two resolutions I'm going to be introducing on the floor. One of them I know won't fly, but the other one will. But I'm going to bring it up because it's time to bring it up. We are elected to speak for our people, and that's what we should be, whether we're from small villages or large villages. It should not depend on how many delegates we have because they control the convention. It shouldn't be that way. Number two, our young people need more than one seat on the Central Council. They are the future leaders that will take over when we're gone, and we're all going to be gone someday. I'm 88 years old now and have been active for over 50 years. And I would like to know that we don't have to repeat ourselves year after year after year. And please pay attention to the landless and pay attention to the fact that the 7I money is not paid by Arctic Slope. They got themselves out of it. And I have followed closely what was happening. I know what happened. I'm not going to bring up some of the things I know because it would upset the shareholders. If you read your annual reports carefully, you'll find out what happened by our board of directors. And that's not representing me. If it isn't in my best interests or the best interests of the future generations and the ones that are there now. Thank you to Central Council because they do a good job of representing us and moving ahead with a lot of enterprises that will build up Central Council. We need more of that in our other corporations because they are not the tribal voice for us. Central Council is the tribal voice. Corporations were created to make money for us. We all know that. So I would like just the Central Council to represent me as a tribal citizen and Sitka tribes of Alaska. And they do a good job too where they can, but there's only limits that you have as head of the Central Council and Sitka tribes. And those limits restrain you from doing more. But I would like to thank you for what you do for us, because as elders, we get a lot of benefits. And it's time to say thank you. It doesn't cost anything. It's time to have gratitude in your heart. Don't demand everything. Our forefathers did that for us by being visionary, and we are beneficiaries. Future generations are beneficiaries of Elizabeth Pridovich and Walter Zoboloff, our esteemed leaders. We need to celebrate their birthdays and the holidays and get out there and make our voices heard. We do have voices, you know, and that's why God gave us voices, to make ourselves heard. And thank you to all the delegates for the time they devote to the issues that come up. Pay attention to what they say and write it down, because they know what's going on in their communities. Cake or Klawock or all the little ones, Petersburg, Wrangell, they know what's going on. Their concerns are your concerns. That's why you are put in a high position. I'd like to thank you, Richard, because you listen to the people. And I recognize that from the years I've been in Central Council and A and B and Sitka tribes. You listen, and that's very important. Herb Hope was that way, Jerry Hope's that way, the whole Hope family. They are true leaders. I worked under them, I know. I learned a lot. And it isn't how many boards you get on or where you are in the national scene. It's what you do for your people that counts. I know that and you know that. So thank you and congratulations. I would like to know what's happening with that cultural center that you started years ago. I haven't heard anything. The other thing I'd like to know is if our newspaper comes out yet, because that's how I keep up with things. I think it should come out every 3 months. The people that step forward to be delegates, they know what they're doing and they know what's going on in their communities. So I hope that the secretaries are taking good notes, because that will guide you in your leadership role of 28 or 29,000 Tlingit Haidas. God bless all of you and keep up your good work, because your people need you. We need you. Thank you for listening to me, and I'm glad that I'm a delegate this year. And my family, I have 6 generations now from my 2 grandfathers who were founding fathers. They were visionary and they knew what they were doing. They could look into the future. The Bradley family, all the families, the Hope family, all the families that took it upon themselves to lead us to where we are now. Our children are going to college, they're getting educations, they're taking their place in the Western society, and they're the leaders that will take over when we're gone. So I think Central Council's doing something right, Alaska's doing something right, Shiatica, Sitka tribes, because they'll lead us into the future where we have a future. Otherwise, we don't have a future. Thank you, and as we go on with the rest, I'll introduce my resolutions from the floor. And thank you for listening to me. God bless all of you and keep up the good work to all of you, especially Richard Peterson. He has led us a long way from where Ed Thomas got us. Thank you, Ed Thomas, too. And all the leaders we've had in the past, we have been very blessed. God bless all of you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Going to Chief Háw'aa, Harriet, for your words. We are behind, but you know, this is your assembly, so I'm going to honor and recognize everybody that has their hands up. Judy Helgeson.
Thank you. I have a concern that I'd like to bring to Sealaska's attention, and it's on the CEDARs that is given to schools and in nonprofit organizations. You know, there's elders out there that can't go out and get their bark, and they don't have anybody to help them. And so when the elder goes there and asks for a bark, they don't get it. And so I wish Sealaska Timber would consider some of the elders that don't have anybody to be able to get their weaving, because I don't think there's very many elders that weave. So I don't think it would be a big burden to Sealaska to be able to give some bark to the elders. That was my only concern. The other thing is that I know Sealaska quit the logging here on the island, and I've seen what it has happened to our island when people depended on the jobs here. And I was wondering if Sealaska had anything to be able to replace what was taken, because I know they still have a lot of land here, and to be able to get our people jobs again. I know it wasn't much, but it helped them over to be able to survive. You know, there's not very many jobs on the island. So thank you.
The elder program is a great idea. We'll bring that back to both the carving and the cedar bark program. The jobs, workforce development, we are putting about $1 million budget to transitioning workforce. We are working with the Vocatech Center on the island. We're working with school districts, and we know that the transitioning workforce is very important. There are a lot of jobs on the island. We're hearing from our tribes that they can't find enough individuals to apply for their jobs. So supporting the tribes and fulfilling their positions is something that we are doing as well. And it's been working in some of our communities, and we want that to continue. So Gunalchéesh for your questions and concerns.
Thank you, Anthony. Bob?
Well, thank you, President Peterson. In the last 2 years, Sitka has lost almost 65 tribal citizens. Many of them are shareholders of Sealaska, and the financial burden of the pandemic and the loss of our people has been a pretty heavy burden on Sitka. And I've done a little bit of research. If Central Council and Sealaska and the other tribal governments, we all contribute to funeral costs, and still the price of funerals is going up and the financial burden is getting heavier. We should really take a look at our mortuary expenses. Maybe Central Council and Sealaska can sit down and maybe come up with a plan. I firmly believe that if we come up with a plan with the combined resources of all our contributions, we could essentially make funerals free just by our contributions. Right now, it's a heavy financial burden. And the other thing is, we've been restoring cemeteries for the last 30 years. And there's interest by municipalities to turn these sacred sites over to us, cemeteries. And if we own our own cemeteries, or if Alaska buys land for funerals, we could essentially make it free or lower the cost. It's too much of a financial burden on us as individual families I can't afford to die. So I really recommend that Central Council and Alaska and other entities take a look at this, a serious look. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Catherine?
Thank you, President Peterson. Anthony, I hope you're still with us. My question goes back to the land list. Yesterday, we heard Senator Sullivan talk about that he was in favor of this bill and moving it forward in the Senate, but he's having trouble with some of his Democratic colleagues. He didn't say that. He said it went down party lines. So I assumed based on the party that he belongs to. Do we have any idea who those people are? And are you setting up those meetings? Will you be inviting EC members to go along with you? I have volunteered in the past to be there, especially if we're still talking about the Democratic colleagues in Washington. But what are some of those other senators that you may be looking at talking to? And when would those hearings be scheduled so that we might be able to participate? Thank you.
Really appreciate the offer to support by actually being there. I think they would take you up on that offer. Again, there's a panel later on with Cecilia and Jaylene, and they're going to give a full update. There are targeted senators and Congress people that we need to talk to and get their voice. Richard mentioned that the environmental community is a big part of it, and so continuing to talk with environmental conservation partners and let them understand what this really is, which is the social justice issue. So much more to come in the land list committee, and we'll have either Cecilia or Jaylene reach out to you with that information.
Thank you. Mr. Micklin.
Hi, Anthony. Will Micklin, Tribal Assembly Delegate from San Francisco. A couple of things. One, I wish to quickly thank Alaska for joining the Central Council's broadband grant application. Alaska was an eligible applicant and joined Central Council in a consortium application. Will Ware, our Chief Development Officer, led that effort. But thank you for joining the application. It strengthened our application significantly, and the benefit will be shared by all those who absolutely need broadband as the economy moves into the digital economy to an even greater extent. So thank you for being so helpful in that regard, and there'll be future opportunities for that kind of mutual aid. I do wish to bring your attention. I heard yesterday from Senator Murkowski's office that the USDA Nrcs office will be adding Alaska to the National Resource Inventory. Alaska has not been a part of the NRI since 2007, despite repeated requests. The NRCS, as you may know, and Central Council is a participant in NRCS through its conservation districts, and there are other conservation districts in Southeast, can be enormously helpful, particularly in addressing our issues with the fisheries, and particularly the salmon run. My concern is that while other states like New York and Michigan and California have increasing salmon runs and contributions from NRCS that are proportionately enormously larger than Alaska, and their productivity from their land is incredibly more productive than Alaska. A lot of this points to many factors, but it principally is the state of Alaska, and Department of Fish and Game has refused to engage with private landowners and with tribes as other states have. And other states are in fact employing traditional ecological knowledge from their tribes to improve the productivity of their habitat and their species. So this is an opportunity for Sealaska and Central Council to work together. The NRI will begin to be collected from going back to 2017 and to 2022, but this should mean that in joining together, we can many times increase the NRCS funds coming to Alaska that can protect our runs. And in particular, please note the Ketchikan hatchery recently declared that they think they're responsible for 70% of the salmon run from that area, and they're down 30% on their runs. So if you do the math, that is portends what could be, if left unmitigated, a systemic failure to the species, and which would be incredibly harmful to our economy, to our culture, to our way of life. And we need every tool at our disposal to fight that. And NRCS, frankly, is a big one, because potentially it's an enormous amount of money that other states are getting. Alaska is not. And principally, it's the state which has been keeping the gate locked between private landowners and tribes and NRCS funding. So I ask you to review those issues with NRCS and find ways to collaborate with Sealaska, given that our state partners are not as willing as are we to working towards this, to resolve this issue. Thank you.
That's an issue we have 100% alignment on, and I'll thank President Peterson for joining us in presenting to the leadership of the USDA, including the NRCS, and carrying that message that when they think about the Sustainable Southeast Alaska Plan, it needs to have heavy salmon stream restoration efforts involved. And the NRCS, we've highlighted the importance of more funding for the tribal conservation districts and the community forest partnerships that are standing up in Southeast, and also specifically to the Forest Service, that they have to have a long-term restoration plan where they themselves have stopped logging, and now they need to focus on culvert removal and improving the habitat that they have left.
Thank you. Donna Ray.
Thank you, President Peterson. Donna Ray James from Sacramento, San Francisco, Tlingit, and Haida. I just want to thank you for your report today. And I have to say, I've really enjoyed all of the online information meetings that we've had. I know that our Native community down here in California feels a lot more like part of being in Alaska. And we're really excited to be able to participate in, some of the classes that Sea Alaska Heritage has provided and all of that. So I just want to thank you and Sea Alaska and Sea Alaska Heritage for all you've done through this pandemic to not only make us feel like we're part of home, but also to be able to help us in building our culture more, not being at home and stuff. One of my questions is that maybe more of an information thing is that we have our community navigators that are going to be starting to work here in the next probably few weeks or has started now. And the community navigators are going to be working throughout and helping with different information and stuff. And I was just hoping to see something from the shareholder relations, building a team with them, so that when we go and do some kind of function down here in California, whether it's our picnic or what, but to be able to come down to work with our stocks and any other information that you're able to provide along with the work with the navigator.
We 100% agree. And again, another moment to thank President Peterson and his executive management team for keeping us up to date on all the programs. They allow us to meet actively with him and his team, and the Navigator program is the perfect one to collaborate on. And we've already highlighted avenues to make that happen.
Thank you, Anthony. Joe Williams.
Good morning. Thank you very much for being here with us this morning, Mr. Malott. I really appreciate your leadership. And I just want to say publicly to you, as well as to the delegation here, is that I truly appreciate how much you've extended assistance to our small village of Saxman in the restoration of totem poles, which is huge, and it's bigger than what we had anticipated. But again, once again, appreciate your participation in doing that, and the donation of logs to make that work. We have an interesting meeting that we need to hold with the Forestry Service to get them to donate more logs to totem pole restoration, since presently they are the largest landowners in Southeast Alaska. Now, one of the things I really wanted to address is I believe what we're doing for the landless the past 50 years, and I really appreciate the leadership that Sea Alaska has taken, and now the village corporate or the Haida has taken. But it's been 50 years. 50 years that 5 communities within our region has been without land. And I'm thinking, what's been done, is that really enough? Obviously, are we spinning our wheels again, continually going down the same path? Several years ago, as Grand President of Alaska Native Brotherhood, I had challenged the delegation to do a letter writing, because that was the request of landless at that particular time, to do a letter writing. And I think that for the landless that working in concert with Tlingit and Haida and all the village corporations here in Southeast Alaska, tribal, that we get serious about getting the land to the landless. We need to make this a history, as Tlingit and Haida Land Claim Settlement Act was made history, as the Alaska Native Land Claim Settlement Act in 1971 was made history. We once again need to make history for our very own people. Our Tlingit brothers and sisters, we need to make history. And let this year be that year in how we work in concert. So I'm calling out to you, Mr. President, and also President Peterson, that we work diligently to have this behind us, and that the landless folks can now enjoy what we have been enjoying as landowners for the last 50 years. That's all I have, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe.
Gunalchéesh.
Rob?
All right, to the chair, thank you, Mr. President. Anthony, very good presentation. Háw'aa for providing that to our delegation. My question to you, Anthony, is that going back to Delegate Judy Helgeson's comment on employment on Prince of Wales and other places in Southeast Alaska, with logging shutting down, I was hoping that maybe in the future that Sea Alaska Timber and the local tribes where they where they loaded wood for years. I'll use the area Salter Point, South Heidelberg, where I longshored for years. There's massive tonnage down there underneath those waters from longshoring for over the years. And I think it would be great that if Sea Alaska Timber, the tribes, maybe do a study to see what it would take to go in there and clean up the bottoms of these areas there where we longshored for so many years. So I think that would be a good economic boost. How that would work, I don't know, but I do know that in some of these places that it really needs to be considered that it will take a serious look at getting them cleaned up. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Gunalchéesh, we'll look at that. I agree.
Thank you. Leona?
Gunalchéesh, President Peterson, and thank you for the people that have showed me how to get my hand raised. I would like to say to Sea Alaska, Mr. Malat, that I appreciate what you have done to pull us through this pandemic. And I felt bad when I didn't get any of that salmon, but then we eventually got it because you sold it to other organizations and it was given to us. And it was really nice to have fresh fish in our freezer. And I also would like to say that I appreciate looking on Facebook and seeing in Anchorage that something is being taught there, like the fur sewing, moccasin, drum making, everywhere that Sea Alaska and Sea Alaska Heritage and Gold Belt are doing to teach our people how to do things. And especially right now, a lot of the weaving for baskets and hats and the Chilkat blanket and Raven tail, that alone is really powerful. And I, as an elder, I'm very happy to see our young people learning to do those things. And I know Tlingit, Haida, Sea Alaska, Huna Totem, Gold Belt are doing magnificent things. And we as people and people here as delegates, we need to uphold all our leaders. It isn't easy to do what they do, and they brought us through this pandemic, and hopefully it'll be over, but I appreciate it as an elder to see the leadership that we do have here in Southeast Alaska. Gunalchéesh and Háw'aa for just letting me say that.
Gunalchéesh, I so much appreciate everybody's comments. They motivate us, they inspire us, and so importantly, they show that we have so much to work together on. That's what's really exciting. And thank you. I apologize for taking so much time out of your agenda. We have a lot of meetings, the Alaska meetings that we'll be announcing, virtual meetings, in-person meetings. So please watch out. You can ask additional questions during all of those events. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa.
Thank you, Anthony. I'll take one last question, Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Peterson. It was touched on a little bit about the kelp farming, and I think I'd like to encourage Tlingit and Haida and Alaska to pay attention. I remember in the past, Floyd Kukash talking about we need he called it a war chest back then, because you're dealing with the state, and Mr. Will Mecklin spoke on it, and I'd like to have a conversation with him about it. I serve on the Regional Advisory Committee and have seen instances where the state comes in and creates a new fishery without any regard for the subsistence user within the area. And it didn't matter, as an example, the kelp farm was mentioned, and the Craig Indian Association objected to the location of where it was going to be, where they were going to put it. And that wasn't even considered, and that happens time and time again here in Angoon. We've objected to a lot of things that happen on the island, but the government to government consultation seems to me it's just a catchphrase. They come in and talk to you and then leave, and thanks for your opinion, we'll take it into consideration, and never do. In my mind, I look at Tlingit and Haida and see Alaska as big brothers of Kusnahu and Angoon Community Association. So it's almost, if we can't get anything done at Kusnahu or Angoon Community Association, you take it to the next level, which in my mind is Tlingit and Haida and Alaska. My other concern is the Southeast Regional Advisory Council is supposed to be made up of subsistence users and federally recognized subsistence users, and we seem to have 3 people on that council now from Juneau. That doesn't seem right to have 3 people from Juneau, and they're not even federally subsistence recognized user group. Cake has lost their voice there. They don't have anyone that they used to have in the past. So these are things that concern me. And in my mind, if we could live off the resources that are in our backyards, we wouldn't be anywhere with our hand out. Our elders realized this is where we can take care of ourselves, and decided to settle in these locations. You've taken enough criticism. I'd like to add, I went to the elementary school, and to hear the songs of our ancestors in the school amazed me. I spent 8 months out in the desert, and when I came home to hear our songs, you can't imagine that feeling. You know, you're out in Saudi Arabia, and then you come home and you hear our ancestors' songs. It grabs you. You're home. So I appreciate everything Alaska and Gold Belt does for bringing our language back. That means a lot to me, even though I can't speak it. Just a thought crossed my mind that maybe you guys are doing seal grease competitions and so on and so forth. Maybe a Tlingit language competition where our young next generation comes in and speaks to our elders, and our elders speaks to them, and whoever's the most fluent wins that competition. and maybe offer a scholarship for trade school or anything. It's an idea, something for you to consider. I appreciate your time, Mr. President. I see the stress on your face of wanting to move on. I've been in that position once or twice. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Malott.
Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa, Albert. Well, thank you, Anthony. I think you can see it was very appreciated by our delegates that you could join us today. And we look forward to further discussions with you and the Sealaska board. Okay, we'll move on. Thank you. We'll move on to our regional housing report.
Tribal hostess, Millie Schoonover. Tribal host, Fred Luth. President Emeritus, Edward Thomas. President Peterson. Executive Council, delegates, and tribal citizens. Kus inyo hatuasak, suka adi ayahat, kagwantan yari yehitak. My English name is Jackie Peda, and I'm the president and CEO of Tlingit and Haida Regional Housing Authority. I'd like to share with you today the report for Tlingit and Haida Housing Authority. And I wanted to start with this screen because I love the picture of the tribal clan houses in the background. It reminds me so much that housing has always been an important part of our communities. Our clan houses were not just a place that we lived with our families in our community, but they recognized the order of things in our community. We had an identity with our homes. There's nothing has changed today. Housing is just as important. And when I think about our theme for today, Ashakade ya natuat wushin, we go forward together. It reminds me that those ancestors, our ancestors that lived within our clan houses, are still with us today and guiding us. We also have some key strategic partners. Not only do we have the key partners of all the 12 tribes that we serve as the tribal designated housing entity for, within our organization, there's a key strategic partnership between Tlingit and Haida Regional Housing Authority and Háw'aa Financial Corporation. The Housing Authority is the vehicle that you've known for a long time. It's the one who's provided housing, rental housing, old mutual health programs for those who are older, the elderly housing programs, renovation programs, and also emergency housing services. Háw'aa was a financial entity, a community development financial entity that we recertified recently with Treasury. And this is the financial vehicle that can provide mortgages and renovation loans to our tribal citizens wherever they reside in Southeast Alaska. And hopefully someday we soon hope to be able to expand their portfolio to include our tribal citizens wherever they reside, period, in the United States. Let me share you a little bit about how we do our work. So we have, as I mentioned, these 12 key partnerships with the tribes in Southeast Alaska that we serve. And in 2019, right before COVID hit, we all gathered together to talk about what our priorities were. I went and was able to reach out to and visit each one of the communities and talk with the tribal leaders. And then we held a convening. And at that convening, the tribal leaders said very clearly, these are the guiding principles that matter to us. And for the next 10 years, these are going to be the principles that we want to follow. We want to be able to make sure that our housing is sustainable and creates self-sufficiency for our individuals. We want to be able to make sure that we're following our traditional values. We want to make sure that we honor self-determination and that we have meaningful partnerships between the tribes, that we want to be able to stay within the parameters of Usda eligibility, but we don't want to be limited by that. We also want to make sure that we communicate regularly and that we're transparent in our interactions with each other, and that we are innovative to build the long-term sustainability our community needs. And then they said, we have priorities, and we're going to determine our priorities by one, what we said we needed in the survey that we took. And we wanted to make sure that we're leveraging our dollars. And we're going to talk a little bit more about what that really means. We want to be able to take those projects that are ready to go and roll with them. And we want to make sure that they sit within the NHASA priorities and that they're a shared regional priority. And we get a good return on that investment. And from that information and the survey, this is what we learned. We have home construction, financial literacy, home ownership, training and funding, senior housing, renovation, energy efficiency, and training and workforce development, all rising to the top of the things that our tribes in our region wanted, and our communities and citizens wanted. And so then we came up with, together, the tribes challenged the Housing Authority, said, we want you to come up with a decision-making matrix so that we take those priorities and we determine how we select how we do projects based upon those criteria. This is not really the matrix. This is just a summary of the matrix, because a matrix was too hard to fit into a PowerPoint slide. But you'll see we have on here leverage, project readiness, sustainability, all those factors that the tribe said was important. And then this is how it turns out. So in 2021, this is the results of looking at the priorities that the tribe set. Those in black are the things that we committed to either from prior years or are committed to because of the programs that we were running under NHASA. And then those in red are the ones that, those are the ones that were new programs that we were leveraging, new projects or new opportunities with. And the result is this. This just gives you a 2-year snapshot of really what happened with where we were. But you can see this little over $2 million in each case is the Indian Housing Block Grant Needs Funds. Those are the funds that are available to us for other projects. If we just use that money to invest in our communities, we would get very little done. But as you can see, in 2020, the Housing Authority was able to take advantage of some COVID-19 dollars, plus some other grant funds that were just available to us. And we were able to leverage the IHBG funds over 4 times the amount. And if you look in 2021, you can see that we were able to even increase it further. And you can see we increased it 8.2 times the amount. Now, that was a lot of grant writing, I want to tell you, but we were so pleased that we were successful and able to represent our tribes with achieving so many accomplishments in grants. And this is kind of what it turned out to look like. We were able to invest in the homeowner rehab, emergency repair, new construction, acquisition of affordable housing. And as you can see, the light tan numbers bar is the Indian Housing Block Grant portion that was contributed. And the dark brown is the ones of the leverage dollars that we were able to create with new grants. And this is what we were able to do. This is the best part of the whole presentation. So in Craig, we were able to finish a 4-plex that had been on the construction for a while. But I'll tell you, they have a wonderful view out of those windows. And in Kewak, we're finishing 2 homes that are under construction, with 2 more being planned for this year. In Wrangell, we're finishing 2 homes and 2 more planned for this year. In Kisan, you can see we have their food pantry, which was a priority for them. And this year we're planning to do new 2 more homes in Kisan. Yakutat, we have 4 small homes. We don't call them tiny homes, we call them small homes that are there. And we have more homes planned for this year. Cake, we finished 2 homes. This is the interior of one of the homes. And we have 2 more homes planned for this year too. You can see we did some innovation. Tribes challenged us with innovation. You can see over here we have the EV charger, knowing that we're going to have more and more electric charging cars. We wanted to be able to make sure that we're prepared for the future. So not only did we install heat pumps, over like 240 heat pumps in the last several years, we're thinking about those EV chargers, new construction, renovation, purchases, and we're still managing over 524 units. We're really especially proud of Shayi Hat Hit, our youth homeless shelter that we partnered on with Juneau CBJ and Zach Gordon Youth Center. Of course, in 2021, there was many challenges. Not only did we still have trying to figure out what the new normal was and all the Zoom meetings that we had, we still had shipping delays. Every construction project had either material challenges or shipping delays. We still were masking and still were dealing with, closures and because of the pandemic. But we had a record snowfall across Southeast, and Yakutat really hit the brunt of it. Here you can see the pictures of some of the snow that we are trying to deal with removal. In fact, we even had to partner with the tribe and with the health clinic to bring in outside sources to remove the snow off of the roofs. So there were a lot of challenges that we were able to face, but we faced them together and in partnership. In every way, we were dealing with shipping delays. We were partnering together with the tribes and other local services to be able to get things into the communities. I want to just share with you a little bit about some of the other things that the Housing Authority has done and participated in. We have an apprenticeship program, and we have apprenticeships in carpentry, electrical, and plumbing. And they're doing really well, and we're really excited about that. We're looking forward to furthering that program. Our financial literacy program has had great attendance, and even though it's been virtual, and maybe that's the reason why we're getting even more attendance, but we have classes on budgeting, credit essentials, home maintenance, insurance, and now we're offering one on retirement planning for the future. So we're hoping that you will join us for any of those. The schedule is on our website. And we're just getting ready to conclude this tax season. Our Vita volunteer tax preparation program is another program that we do in partnership with Central Council and our local tribes. And you can see here, we even have some of the staff of Central Council who participate weekly as we sit in our conference room and go through taxes one after another, preparing them in behalf of those that need our assistance. Of course, we're not unlike anybody other business in town or any other one of our tribes who are still looking for a lot of vacancies. Here's just some of our vacancies, and would love you to help share job opportunities at the Housing Authority with us. I want to be able to conclude by saying we can't do anything without each other. We have to be strong partners and strong friends. And our vision for the future really is about partnering together. I look forward to the work that we're going to be doing as we develop more and more new construction for the much needed housing in our communities. But as we look to seek other solutions, we want to be a partner with all of our tribes in Southeast Alaska. Thank you. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa.
Thank you for that report, Jackie. Before we take any questions, I've had several requests for a 10-minute bio break. So let's take 10 minutes and we'll be back at 10:40.
Háw'aa, our ancestors before us, our future.
Everything we have ever been, everything we are right now, and everything we are going to become. Háw'aa.
It's our history. It's our future.
I will vote for our future.
Will you?
It's really is the most golden, most delicious, delectable. And we're very proud of our herring eggs, and I've never seen anybody thumb their nose at a herring egg before, and it's something that everybody loves to celebrate. My name is Anthony Lindoff. I am the Traditional Food Security Manager for Tlingit and Haida. Traditional food security to me means providing and reconnecting to our traditional ways and our lands. We are purchasing 14,000 pounds from tribal citizen permit holders, and 100% of that row-on kelp is going to be distributed to our tribal citizens.
So we're working on our herring pond nets, making sure there's no holes, working on our seines, making sure they're ready to go, working on our herring pens. It takes about a month pre-work. So here's how I've always looked at herring eggs. We've got through another tough winter, and this is like our New Year's. This isn't January. This is our true New Year's, I believe. And all the hard times we've endured all winter long, everything just kind of gets released. All the stress, everybody comes together as one. And that's when we all sit around, we're eating, telling stories, and life's good. Life is really good.
We're pretty unique. We live in a very unique environment and not too many people get to have access to this lifestyle, and it's something that is really near and dear to my heart, and something, this way of life and this is very much something that I aim to protect and safeguard for the future generations.
The first time I ever harvested was a couple of years ago, and honestly, it was an amazing experience getting out there to pick and find kelp, and I think it was really the first time I just felt rich. You know, it's the only way I could really explain it.
I never eaten any fish eggs like this before.
It is very much a social event, and you bust out your best hooligan oil or your best seal grease, and you get your aunties and uncles together and the little ones, and everybody just has a great time around the table. I think those are memories that last a lifetime, and you can't replicate or bottle up and package. It's something that you have to just live and experience, and those experiences, I'm thinking, are just, that's what really gets me up in the morning and makes me really love my job.
Is there any more left? We tried to give 4 or 5 pounds per household, and just one of those blades was probably close to that anyways, so it was, people were extremely happy. Making sure everybody gets some, you know, and that's really important.
So the product that we'll be distributing, that 14,000 pounds throughout 21 communities and over 3,600 households, not 1 pound, not 1 ounce of that is for sale. That is all for free distribution to our tribal citizens. Whether we're Tlingit or Haida or Tsimshian or village or urban, I think food security is something that we can all agree on, and something that that we all want to contribute to.
Okay, everybody, we're back, and I wanted to see if there were any questions for Jackie with housing. And I just want to commend Jackie. You know, she's really turned things around over there and getting new housing built for the first time in many years. And her leadership was sorely missed at Housing Authority, and what a great partner they've been. If there's no questions for Jackie, we'll move into the search report.
Greetings, President Peterson, Executive Council members, tribal delegates. My name is Charles Clement. I'm the President and CEO of Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium, SEARCH, your regional tribal health provider. It is an honor to be here before you today to share with you what SEARCH has been up to this last year since we've last had time to get together. In November, the SEARCH Board of Directors finalized and approved a new strategic plan, which I am excited to share with you and all of our partners around Southeast. Growing up here in Southeast Alaska, I think we sort of battle the geographical environments and we take it as a given. But, you know, our patients, when they come to us, they're not in their best place. They're coming to us because there's something wrong. And so I think about the patient coming from Haines or from Heidelberg to Sitka and what is their experience. And as we continue to evolve our services, if we are doing things like joint replacements and chemotherapy, how do we ensure that that experience is really optimized for that patient and that their flow to and from where they get their services works in a way as best it can for them? How do we ensure that we're not sending them to multiple places for different things that could be done all at one time in one place? How do we ensure that if the weather's bad in Háw'aa and somebody missed their chemotherapy appointment, how do we ensure that we don't let them fall through the cracks and get them rescheduled and back into Sitka or back into Juneau and then back home with their family? We were embarking upon a strategic plan years ago now. I think it must have been 7 years ago. And I remember very specifically talking about the challenges of, going it alone. We're on an island here. And for many years, it was over on this island, this is where Native people got their health care. And over on the other side is where non-Native people got their health care. And never the twain shall meet. And we'll just do our own thing independently. Early on, I recognized, as a healthcare operator, that wasn't ideal, the economies of scale, the duplication. But I couldn't quite get my head around, this is the way things are. And trying to say, how could we reframe how we organize healthcare so everybody's life and everybody's experience is better. And this strategic plan really is an attempt to be that, is to be, a description of where we're going, who you're going with, why we're going, and what it's going to take for us to get there. It's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy. So it is important that, when we are working with mid-level staff or frontline staff or new hires or prospective hires, it's important for them to know what they're signing up for, because this is who we are, and this is what we believe, and this is what we're doing. And it's unwavering. This is our commitment. This is our commitment by our board of directors. This is our commitment to our communities. This is our commitment to our families. It's a fantastic opportunity for people to say, you know, this is what I'm a part of. So I'm really excited about it. You know, one of the themes in the strategic plan is really around seamless healthcare delivery. Our healthcare environment here at Surge has got so much more complex. And I think if it's not minded, it has the ability to have more things fall through the cracks. And so I think our attempt as we continue to add new services is to ensure that they fit in the existing services and they work in a seamless manner. And that takes a lot of intentionality, because as we continue to grow, these things get more complicated as we begin to do more specialty care, say like in surgery or in behavioral health or addiction services. Those service lines become very complex very quickly, and the cost of things going wrong is so very high. So this really had to become a focus as we've committed to continue to grow and evolve our healthcare offerings. You know, we don't take a moment in time approach. It's not a transactional approach. We are building something here, an organization here. We're building communities and families here that we anticipate being here forever. Where it's not valued by a stock price. It's not valued by a day, a month, a year, a decade. It's valued by generations. There are clinics we operate, there are service lines that we run that just on pencil, they don't make sense, but they really comply, they really comport to our values. And we do these things because we value them. When we value them based on those guardrails, those principles, our mission, our vision, I mean, we say, we know that financially this is a hard pill to swallow, but we're gonna do it. This is something that is supremely reflective of our values, our community values, our employee values, our values as a Native community. And so, I mean, there's things like this that, you know, we don't have to do. We do them because we want to do them. We do them because they reflect on who we are as an organization. They reflect on who we are as a community. They reflect on who we are as a Native people. My hope during my time at Surge is that, you know, I can be a part of helping make that more of a reality, where healthcare is more accessible and is more comprehensive for people in Southeast Alaska. You know, it's like we have all the parts for the car. Now we just have to build the car. I think there's a lot of opportunity, and it's a really worthy goal, because I don't believe there are many places in the United States where that's really happening. And if we can position Surge to realize its potential, I think it could be a leader in what healthcare can be in America.
Thank you. There's nobody here from Surge to answer questions, but if there are comments or questions that we can relay, we can do that. Are there any comments, Mr. Howard? Mr. Howard?
Thank you, President Peterson. I've touched on this, so maybe in a Facebook comment in the past, but I'd like to bring attention to it now that I'm a part of the process. I'm going to speak about something that has affected my family and the community of Angoon. It's cancer. There's a young man, his name's Duncan O'Brien. I'm sure many of you know him through basketball. he lost his girlfriend when their son was 6 weeks old. That didn't have anything to do with cancer, but the point I'm getting to is when his son was 10 months old, he found out he had cancer. And it was stage 4. He was in Anchorage. And given the fact that he's been through so much losing his girlfriend and having to raise his son by himself, his mother thought it was important that they get the best treatment for him.
Oops, Albert, did we lose you? Albert, you got muted somehow.
I'm not even touching the computer, so I'm not sure what happened.
Okay, you're back.
So seeking the best possible treatment for him, they wanted to go to Seattle because his father-in-law had a sister that lived there and had gone through the cancer process, so they wanted to go to Seattle. In Anchorage, he wasn't treated very good when they found out that was the option he wanted. He was told that because that's what he wanted, that they could no longer help him in Anchorage. And this is all documented. We went through search. We're fortunate that Harriet Silva is our search representative. We reached out to her, and then she found out that Search and Gustavus could refer Duncan to Seattle. So that's what had happened. And he had ended up going there and spending a year and a half in Seattle going through all the treatment possible, and was finally given the all clear that it was all gone. But there's been other instances where Vivian James and her daughter Marilyn Johnson also went through this.
Albert, actually, can I ask you not to share names?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
So I guess my point being, to prevent this from happening in the future, I'd like to encourage Plinkett and Haida to work with Search on creating our own cancer treatment center anywhere in Southeast. And hearing the Search president saying they want to be the best at what they do, I think we could set the example on creating such a center in Southeast. I'd like that explored and considered. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Albert. Andrea?
Hello, Mr. President. I just wanted to mention that there is no van that takes elderly patients and disabled patients to Search anymore, to the Elizabeth Paratovich Center. I mean, not Elizabeth, at the Lund Center. And so Glacier Valley Camp 70 is writing a letter to Mr. Clements, pleading with him to get drivers and vans, and I'm hoping that he will reply. That's my comment. I have an elderly relative that could not get to the clinic and missed her appointment. She cannot get into a cab because the cab drivers don't help disabled patients. So I said that I would mention it to him, and with a follow-up with a letter to him and James Jack and the chair of Search. So thank you, Mr. President. Everybody's doing a great job. I wanted to thank Jackie for her report. It's so nice to receive a good report from Housing Authority again. Thank you.
Thank you. Marvin?
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I'm a little confused a little bit because I thought we were going to do housing questions when we took a break and then we jumped right into search. So I didn't know if the delegates had wanted the opportunity to speak.
I did ask for questions and there were none, so I moved on. But if you have a housing question, feel free.
No, I didn't hear you ask anybody. When it started here, it just started with the video.
I did.
So that's why I was responding.
Thank you. All right, then. Paulette?
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I just wanted to thank, first of all, Jackie for her excellent report in regards to housing. In regards to the search report, Mr. Clements mentioned many things, and I think as tribal delegates for our different communities, if it be urban areas or villages, one thing that's really important is that tribal delegates support combined efforts with Native organizations and leadership to secure our traditional food protection, implementation, and harvesting. I believe that we need to look and include our health services who already do a good job, but encourage them to combine with us. There's so many different things that are happening in our towns. Excuse me.
We're picking up a lot of your background noise.
Okay, I'll try to adjust that, and then if I could be recognized in a little bit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paulette. Sue Stevens? Sue, you're still muted.
I'm sorry.
There you are.
2 years ago, not 3 years ago, Clinton Haida Regional Housing installed a heat pump, and I've never been able really to figure out how to clean the filters. And I recently looked at the manual and it said that if you don't clean a certain filter, it could cause a fungus in your lungs. And so I was going to see if, since Clinton Haida Regional Housing has workers in Wrangell right now, if any of them could give me assistance. And we have a native electrician there, but he never ever returns my call or comes to my house. And then twice in the last 2 years, I have been, I have called Clinton Haida Regional Housing to ask why my 2019 grant wasn't fulfilled when I had been given an acceptance letter. Then I even emailed you, Jackie Haida, and some of your workers that I knew, like Lorraine Diasis, and I didn't get any answers. And also, I've called twice and talked to people, and they said that they would check into it and get back to me, and they never did. So this has been going on for about 1.5 years. I'd like to hear from you about that. Thank you. Gunalchéesh.
Thank you. Jackie, do you want to? And
Sure.
you're muted. There you go.
Thank you. Yes, sure. I'll be glad to answer that. And I apologize if I didn't respond back to you. I know that in Wrangell, we still have work that we need to finish doing on with the Healthy Homes grants. Sometimes the application period is well before when the funding comes through. And so I will look to see.
Got the wrong person on it.
I think Jackie's
Glad to do
internet
that.
froze up.
Oh,
Jackie, your internet froze up.
sorry. Sorry.
Perhaps you two could connect. Thank you. Lovey?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm the search rep in Wrangell, and we're having a meeting next week. And I just wanted everybody that had questions to know that I took notes, and I'll bring it up on the floor at our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Lovey. Ed Hodge? Ed, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my question is, during our community council meeting, we had a discussion come up on having a rehab center here in Juneau because we have so much drug problems. And we wanted to know if Search was going to be building anything that can help out, because the connection is that we seem to think that a lot of the people that go missing are heavily into drugs. And if we can get them in a program that will help them to not be dependent on the drugs, that maybe we won't be missing so many people in the future. So I just put that out there, and hopefully Search can answer if they're going to do that or not, because it was brought up at our local council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. And I'll reiterate and thank Lovey as well for bringing those forward. We will submit all of the comments we heard today to Search, hoping for a response. And Delbert Kadek sits on the Search board on our behalf, and I know he brings up every issue that's brought to him as well. So thank you. Harriet? Go ahead, Harriet.
Yeah, hi. Delegates from Sitka. I just wanted to bring up while I had a chance, if anything, I know there's a homeless coalition here, then they're trying to get the Alaska Mental Health is donating them land for the homeless for tiny homes. What makes it so hard, because I served with Gail before, and the city makes too many regulations to get through. They had a place across from the A&V Hall in one of the clan houses, and they couldn't open it up because they had too many regulations that the city set up. And they're not there to offer a bunch of roadblocks to us when we're trying to help the homeless. And it should be their concern and responsibility also, because they sit on the money. And they should be giving money to the homeless that are trying to help the homeless people and come up with clothing and food and stuff like that. And so does Salvation Army. It shouldn't be a one-way street. It should be the city working with these people that are trying to give roofs over the head, because winter can be pretty long and cold here. And once in a while I give $10 or $20 to the homeless that I see on the streets. And I think it should be a priority, especially with Clinton, Haida, Sea Alaska, whoever. I know Sea Alaska claims they aren't a social agency. We know that. They don't have to tell us, but they have an obligation, a responsibility to these people that are shareholders. They may be there, not their own fault, but they're there. And it is our responsibility as delegates or whatnot to address these problems, because they're real problems. There for the grace of God go I. And that's the same for you and every one of the delegates or whoever. And I think it should be on the top of the list for Clinton, Haida, Sea Alaska, or any Native corporation that ends up with a lot of COVID money and money from the government. I know we don't ask for that money, but we get it. And it should be used in the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, Harriet. Frank Wright?
Hi, thank you, Mr. President. I used to be on a search board. I was on a search board for about 10 years. And I used to be on a committee called the Community Action Committee. And what it was that the community would send in some issues that were going on in the community, but I don't know why Search had eliminated that committee. And because when I was on that committee, that we always got a response from the staff from the Search hospital, the Search organization, but we don't that committee is not there anymore. So for me to say anything for the community of Háw'aa and or any other, you know, and Goon and I was on it. I know some of the people that were on it, you know, but that committee is not there anymore. So all the communities are not even represented anymore, because it's kind of like we have nothing to say. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Are there any other comments or questions in regards to housing or search?
Mr. Chairman, James Jack, Juneau delegate.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Jack.
I couldn't find where to raise my hand. Mr. Wright, I am on the search board. We do have a patient experience committee. And what we ask is for anyone that has concerns with whatever community they're in, they bring them to their search representative. And that, in my mind, that replaces the committee you had just mentioned. So we, as Ms. Brock said, we are having our quarterly meeting next week. And I invite all of you that have concerns to email me those concerns. My email address is jjack@search.org. It's all in lowercase, and I'll be glad to take any concerns, complaints, whatever, to our quarterly meeting so they can be addressed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Jack. Anybody else?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Delbert.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think that hearing all this morning that there's a lot of great concern of us moving forward there. But I think, to me, my opinion is our Native people should be top priority. And the communication needs to get better, because a lot of people passed away in the last couple of years without getting some really, really good help. And I was just informed that a person at the tail end of being sick there, and if they tell what Mr. Howard brought up a while ago, that they have some kind of insurance there that could help out all our people there. And I don't know why we don't go that extra mile when we tell people that we're representing them and doing everything that we can for them. When you don't bring it up, you're not doing your job. And this past couple of years was a learning experience, but you have to have your phone on, and if you want to represent these people, bring it up. I don't care if they look at me like a troublemaker right now, but I want to make sure that we can help each and every person there. I don't want to see anybody fall through the cracks. And if they have a chance of living a little bit longer, and if search says what they say they're doing, want to be the best, why don't we help our people first there, then people will start believing us there. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Delbert. Paulette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope that this connection is a little bit better for everybody. I should not have as much background noise here. Can you hear me okay?
We
Wonderful.
hear you well.
Thank you again, with President Peterson. Paulette Marino, Sitka delegate. My comment and question is in regards to the search report. But first of all, I'd like to go back and thank Miss Jackie for her housing report. What a wonderful job. What an exceptional leader she has been in that field. In regards to search, I believe that as tribal delegates representing our different communities, our larger communities and our village communities, that if we combine and support the efforts with our organizations and leadership to secure the protection of our traditional foods, we would be thereby protecting not only our physical, spiritual, and traditional health, Search does a lot of really great programs to help us with harvesting and maintaining, knowing how important food is to our health. But I see an area here because listening to the comments from many of our tribal citizens, our delegates this morning, there is a concern in regards to the fisheries, in regards to there being developing new hatcheries and new fisheries, new farming, new methods of things. And I think that if we are able to combine our resources and our voice together, along with search, we should be advocating together so that we are able to make sure that if there was a wonderful video during lunch break of some kelp farming during our last break, but it was done by and for our people. So I think that's really creative, Mr. President, to our delegates. So either we could find a way to join in together, partnering with search to go forward into advocacy, or at least being able to make sure that our traditional foods are preserved and that any new markets are questioned, the intention not just being economic for a few, but being culturally sensitive and maintaining the resource for all of us. So my comment is just in regards to encouraging even more aggressive partnership with search to protect our resources. And I thank you for your time, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Cass?
Yes, thank you, President Peterson. I am an employee at Search. I have been for 18 years. Just wanted to mention a gratitude for they have a assistance for education for up to $2,500 per year for employees for education. And I've been pursuing my bachelor in social work for the past 8 years on a program where you can work and go to school. And so I'm not sure if very many employees know about that, but with that help in Alaska and Sciatica, I've been able to pursue my education. A concern that I have is with the native hire. I'm not sure how they go through the native hire process, but where I see things falling through the cracks is people that are non-native don't really have a buy-in to cultural awareness, trauma-informed ACEs, adverse childhood experience study. I think there needs to be more of a focus on that. I think someone can be more qualified growing up and walking in the shoes of being Alaska Native and meeting the needs of our patients. You could be really educated, but not know how to meet the needs of our clients and our patients. Another concern is when Bill Brady Healing Center closed down, they turned to an intensive outpatient. I think there's a need for still having a inpatient program for our clients that are on the road to recovery. And yeah, I'd just like to see a little bit more focus on that. And thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move on now to our Youth Commission report. I am going to try to get us back on schedule as much as we can. So thank you all for your comments. They're very important. So we'll have our Youth Commission report next.
Gunalchéesh Kenach, Gludas Ayachat Duasak, Cha'ach Nakatsati, Shungu Katie Yeti Ayachat, Gunalchéesh. Hello everyone, my English name is Teodola Silva Martin and my Tlingit name is Gludas. I'm originally from Angoon, but I reside here in Occoquan in Juneau. I am Tlingit and Haida's Youth Commission First Vice President, and I also work for Tlingit and Haida as the Youth Catalyst Specialist. Youth Commission just held their second annual summit that was held on March 17th through the 19th, and we had around 20 plus participants. The sessions were so informational, emotional, and empowering. These sessions inspire us in so many ways. The talking circles were always my favorite part. We had youth from all over the Pacific Northwest. During these talking circles, it was a priority to hear from each person in the room. Everyone had similarities, and that's something we can relate on and building these personal connections. Unfortunately, due to COVID, the summit was on Zoom, but I have high hopes that we will be able to meet again in person someday. A quick resolutions update. The importance of our process is to bring in our youth, listen to their ideas in these talking circles, and come up with solutions through these resolutions. One resolution that we were working on is healing circles for mental health. Mental health is just as important as physical health. Youth Commission wants to engage our youth in this safe space. It is very important and vital, and it is a topic that is close to each one of us. Another resolution that is in the process from our summit is making mandatory annual cultural safe training for all state of Alaska school educators. The youth that are part of this commission are it. They are the fire that we need for our future generations. We are in such good hands. Everything that we do is what we do for our future generations. We strive to be better, to do better, and to uplift our Native people. Our commission always wants to say Gunalchéesh to our Tlingit and Haida Central Council delegates and everyone who put this youth commission together. Without them, we would not be in this space. So we really want to say Háw'aa Gunalchéesh. Thank you.
Oh, no, my camera kept turning off. Sorry. Thanks so much for that report. Are there any comments or questions on the youth report? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, sorry. Jackie and then Delbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to compliment our youth representative for a great report and for all the great work that has been done this last year by the Youth Council and the youth leadership. You could really see the activity that they created, especially because if you look at the emerging youth that are running, how many of them were involved and engaged. So I just wanted to thank her for that great report. And we're all behind her as she moves forward. Thank you. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa.
Thank you, Delbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to echo the same thing there too, there that our future looks great there with all these great leaders coming out there. And I thank you for investing in these young people there. And all these people are groomed to become good leaders there. And I heard a young man up in Anchorage there, and I believe that was Rob's son there. So our future looks really great right now there, Mr. Chairman, because of all the time you guys are putting into the youth, and these guys are really doing a good job representing us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Delbert. Harriet Beleo. And Jackie, your hand's still up. Go ahead, Harriet.
Right. Be nice if you had 2 positions for the youth. They do a good job. What I wanted to bring up was something about, I would like to see a donation made, maybe $1 to $5 for the Ukraine people and also for the homeless, because those 2 need our help. And I would like to see the hat passed around during either today or I would like to see delegates that do not speak up, because that's why they're elected. And I don't consider Delbert a troublemaker. I consider him doing his job as an elected official, because that's why he was elected, was to voice his concerns for the people he represents. Thank you, Delbert, for speaking up and for everyone that speaks up, because 3 days is not much time, but some of it comes to the forefront. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Harriet. Karen Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to the Youth Commission and forming, and also for Tia doing a great job. And I just wanted to provide my services and knowledge to the committee if willing. I would love to participate and help build some more programs that are in your with using my knowledge and help develop. Háw'aa, Gunalchéesh.
Thank you. Jessica.
Gunalchéesh, Mr. President. To the Youth Commission, outstanding work, all of you. You guys are all truly incredible young leaders. The resolutions that you guys brought forward were absolutely stunning, and I'm on the resolutions committee, and I was really proud to read through those resolutions that you guys have brought forward, not only this year, but last year as well. So I lift my hands to you guys and share. Gunalchéesh, thank you so much for all of your guys' hard work, and I look forward to seeing each of you at the table with us as delegates.
Thank you. Karen Dodson.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. President. Did you call my name, Carrie Dodson?
I did. Your hand is up.
Mr. President, did you call my name?
I did. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. I'm really would like to commend the young people that are serving on the Youth Commission. My daughter is on that commission. I would like to comment that it would be really nice if they could receive some kind of stipend when they're in the meetings, even if it was $50. These kids are mostly all in school. And also, I think just a comment that the attendance policy states that the kids are to receive a scholarship if they had 100% attendance. And, you know, sometimes these meetings, they're unable to make some of the meetings. And so that disqualifies for the scholarship at the end of the term. I would just like to comment that it would be nice if there was just a little bit of flexibility. And, but Gunalchéesh to all the young people that are serving, they're going to be our upcoming leaders. Háw'aa, Gunalchéesh.
Thank you. Keenan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to say, you know, I've kind of been a part of this whole process this whole time. When I'm really thankful to Shawan for bringing me into the initial conversation, for helping get this youth commission started up. You know, Shawan had big dreams, and you know, it's become kind of a pretty big reality now. And you've been pretty involved with it too, and you've seen what's going on. So I don't need to tell you, but I just want to let the rest of the delegation know that you know, throughout this entire process, it's been really great. And there's been some ups and downs, but to have as many people as we do now, especially going through a pandemic, is phenomenal. And I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to be going on here in the near future with it. I'm also really, I'm really honored to be the sponsor of the Youth Commission's bill this year that relates to the education of teachers all throughout Alaska on so just want to say thank you again to the Youth Commission for thinking of me to being the voice for you during this General Assembly.
Thank you, Keenan. I'm really proud of our youth commission, and especially a lot of our former emerging leaders have been involved in helping them get their foundation under them and getting them started up. And I would name you all, but I'll forget somebody. But I know that Shawan really poured his heart into this dream, and it's really come to fruition, and proud of all of you. Rob?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Tia for a beautiful report, and to our former emerging leaders that helped put this youth commission together. It's coming to fruition, and we mentor our young leaders. It's going to start bearing fruit, and it's doing that now. And so I just. Not going to take too much time, but I just want to thank each and everyone that had a hand in this. And it's so very important. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rob. All right, if there's no other comments on the Youth Commission, we'll turn over to Cecilia Tavallero for the Alaska Landless Corporation discussion. Cecilia?
Mr. President, Tribal Hostess Millie Schoonover, Tribal Host Fred Luth, Mr. President Peterson, President Emeritus Ed Thomas, Executive Council members, distinguished delegates, guests, Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa, for allowing us to talk with you today. I always like to start off with Dr. Walter Sobolov's, one of his favorite scriptures, and that is Micah 6:8. Portion of it is, seek justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. Shaudenethi, Schlinget Genach, Kuyakja Uyuchatuazak, Yef Kad in Tanachasiti, Kad Hit Ayachat, Colombian Yadi Ayachat, Yan Yedi Dachhan Hatsiti. My Tlingit name is Kuyakja. I am Raven of the Octane clan. I come from the freshwater Marksakai house. Father's from Colombia, and my grandfather is Yan Yedi Pete Martin, Sr. of Cake. I would like to, if I may, Mr. President, I know a lot of folks have their video cameras off. If everyone could locate under the icon reactions to raise your hand if this is you. Raise your hand if you are a landless shareholder. I would like to see how many there are present right now as delegates.
Can you say that a little bit clearer? Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I would like to ask those who are landless shareholders to please press the raise hand icon. I can't see everyone at once, but thank you for those raising your hand. Raise your hand, keep your hands raised. Raise your hand if you are related to a landless shareholder. Okay, and keep your hands raised. Raise your hand if you know a landless shareholder. Quite a few hands raised. Thank you very much. Well, while there are only 5 landless communities, the impact of this fight and a final just solution affects us all. Landless shareholder Richard Reinhardt of Wrangell always reminds us that the fight for recognition of Ketchikan, Wrangell, Petersburg, Haines, and Tenakee Springs is not a 50-year effort that started with the passage of ANCSA, but a native land right battle for nearly 200 years. Congress unjustly left us out of ANCSA, never articulating the reason why, though we can speculate that it was catalyzed largely by long-term timber contracts made with outside interests who came in and exploited the resources and ran. we are speaking of another country. We know ANCSA was not perfect. It threw our tribes and Alaska Native corporations into chaos for a time as we navigated our way through this entirely new construct. The act itself has been amended more than 100 times in the last 100 years. Excuse me, last 50 years. Somebody popped in. Okay, so all to improve the original law. Recognizing our landless communities will require another amendment to this act. Hence, that is our battle. Our tribal values forged institutions that stewarded previous lands. We received back and created benefits for all of our tribal brothers and sisters who are enrolled to ANCSA. Approximately 4,400 plus of us were unjustly omitted. However, we believe any land in Native hands is a win for all Natives, not just the 5 community shareholders. For years, the land back movement has gained momentum as the Indigenous peoples from across the United States and Canada fight to reclaim lands that were historically theirs, ours. Ha'ani. In 2016, the land back movement gained significant public exposure during the Standing Rock protests. Alaska Natives Without Land has always been part of the land back movement. Land back has highlighted important issues like ours and has helped us to build awareness and even support from among groups historically opposed to a land solution. I am looking forward to our organizations, our largest ones in our region of Southeast Alaska, the Grandparent Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Alaska is the grandchild, and the parent, of course, is Central Council, Lincoln Haida, Indian Tribes of Alaska. So the noteworthy Alaska Natives Without Land support groups, ANS, the original ones, Wrangell and Wrangell Chamber of Commerce, Ketchikan Indian Community, Central Council, Lincoln Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska, Alaska, Alaska Federation of Natives, Cedar Group, National Congress of American Indians, Affiliated Tribes of Northwest Indians, and Collective 49. Gunalchéesh for listening to me. I do have our Vice President of Southeast Alaska Landless Corporation standing by to speak as well. Mr. Randy Williams is a Ketchikan landless shareholder. Randy?
Randy Williams, are you on?
Yes, I'm on. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Well, thank you, Cecilia. I am the president of the Ketchikan Natives Without Land Group. We work in conjunction with all of the other landless shareholders or all the landless communities to try to resolve this 50-year battle. Recently, we lost one of our most fierce advocates with the passing of Alaska Congressman Don Young. I want to take a moment on behalf of Southeast Alaska Landless Corporation Board to extend our deepest condolences to Congressman Young's wife, Ann, and his children and grandchildren. Congressman Young used to say, recognizing the landless communities under ANCSA will rectify an injustice and right a congressional wrong. I would like to read a quote from the Congressman. Very frankly, this was an error that should have never happened. And I have always fought to secure the recognition that these communities deserve. Access to land is crucial and will help bring economic opportunity and upward mobility to the Alaska Natives in Southeast. Securing a better tomorrow for Alaska Natives starts with ensuring fair treatment under law, and Alaskans can count on me to work hard to get this bill across the line. We will miss Congressman Young. We know you will be with us in spirit when we finally do cross the finish line. I personally have worked with Congressman Young often, and he was always supportive and helpful to our cause. And he's a great loss to the community of the landless and to the people of Alaska. Next, I need to introduce the next speaker. Speaking of fierce advocates, this strong Native woman has fought for our landless issues for 20 years and does it with a passion that we can all be proud of. You just have to say her name and the opposition or those opposed to Native rights step back in fear. She is a fierce warrior, and if you have been on the other side of her temper, you know exactly what I mean. I unfortunately have been on the other side of that fierce temper, but she's a very great lady. I am proud to introduce our next speaker because in our world, you actually only have to say one word, Jaylene, and your mind goes directly to a picture of someone who has exceptionally served our people and given her all to protect our rights. She is currently Sealaska's Vice President for Policy and Legal Affairs. We are lucky to have her and to be able to call her our own. We greatly appreciate her constant counsel and vision for our people. Need any more be said than Jaylene?
I don't even know what to say about that introduction, but I'm very humbled by that. Thank you, Randy. Gunalchéesh to all the delegates out there, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the landless, the Alaska Natives without land. Kajuhain Yuchat Duasauch. My Tlingit name is Kajuhain. I also have the Tlingit name of Kinaguat. I am Klinedi, dog salmon from Angoon, and I am a child of the Tequidi Brown Bear clan. I want to just quickly join my colleagues here from Alaska Natives Without Land to emphasize the support that Sealaska continues to provide to the landless effort. This is our top public policy priority, and it has been for the past several years. With that support, we provide consultants, lobbyists, and much of my time as well to support the efforts to get this done finally. As Randy indicated, I've been working on this for all of my career, 24 years now, 10 of them in DC and now at Sealaska. We are continuing to push forward. I know many have expressed frustration that it's been 50 years and we haven't gotten across the line yet. It's certainly not for lack of trying. I will say we've put forth the most concerted effort ever in our history of working on this legislation. And we currently have a House bill and a Senate bill introduced by our Alaska delegation. Our delegation has also made requests to the hearings, or for hearings from the committees of jurisdiction, and we're pushing for hearings and utilizing Senator Murkowski in particular in her role, but also the relationships that Congressman Young had prior to his passing. And we've already talked to some members of Congress who worked with Congressman Young and who know that this is a priority, an ongoing priority. We continue to have meetings also with stakeholders, with those with concerns and who have interests around the land selections and the recognition of these 5 communities. I assure you the work is not done. We continue to want to hear from those who have concerns, and we'll continue to work until the end, till we get this legislation passed and signed into law. We have the staunch support of Senator Murkowski. She names this regularly when she gives speeches in Alaska. We have the support of Senator Sullivan, and we'll be meeting with those who are potentially strong candidates for Congressman Young's seat to make sure they're educated on this and know that we depend on them to provide continuing advocacy on this important piece of legislation. We also need help from all of you delegates out there from Washington, from Arizona, and any who have members on the Natural Resources Committee in the House and in the Senate. In particular, Senator Cantwell and Representative Grijalva are difficult Democrats in the committees of jurisdiction, mainly because they want to protect the Tongass and keep those lands in public ownership as opposed to native ownership. So please help us in that. The next steps is we hope to have hearings in the House and Senate, hopefully in May. If you want to write a letter to the delegation or to members of the committees of jurisdiction, you can do so and say, we need a hearing. We need to keep moving this forward. And then after we have a hearing, we can have markup and then hopefully add these pieces of legislation to must-pass bills at the end of this Congress. The work is not done, but we'll continue to work very diligently. I am not landless. I'm Kutznu shareholder by gift, but I know what it's like to be left out because I was a descendant shareholder. I'm a descendant shareholder and originally was not included in ANCSA. So I do believe very strongly in the inequity here and in righting this wrong. And so I'm just really pleased to be able to work with this community and want to assure all the delegates out there that we work very diligently on behalf of the 5 communities to get this done and continue to support through Sealaska. I appreciate your time and I'm available at any time if anybody wants to ask questions or see how they can be helpful. But next I want to introduce one of our landless reps and also a director with Sealaska, Nicole Hollingstad. She's on the Sealaska board, but is also a Petersburg landless. So thank you for your time and I'm going to hand it over to Nicole. Gunalchéesh.
Gunalchéesh, Jaylene, thank you so much. So the Assembly has heard this morning on a reminder of where the landless efforts have been, the progress that we've made, and where we stand now, even in the face of having lost our current congressman. So what I'm going to cover with you today very shortly to try to help keep you on track is where we are now with our efforts in our communities. And this is where all of you, every single one of you joining today, listening in, this is where you can play your role in helping support our landless communities. We have built tremendous bridges through continuing efforts over the last 2 years because we've been working really closely within our communities, with our assemblies, with our councils, with our tribes, with our community organizations to try to gain and gather more support in the communities where these land selections are happening. We have actually forged some surprising new relationships and partnerships through these efforts, even with groups who have historically opposed our land selections. So it's exciting progress with grassroots organizations through all of the meetings that we've been having in our communities. Now, what is also important for all of you delegates and those listening is the conversations that are still happening at home in all of your communities. Some of our brothers and sisters from the neighboring communities for those without land have challenged some of our land selections. You may know that over time, since ANCSA was passed, so many parcels of land have already been allocated for different land use designations. And the choices that the land around our 5 communities have gotten pushed farther and farther away. So as we have to make new selections, we sometimes do overlap with other communities and other traditional use. So please just be mindful of this. Conversations that are happening in your own towns with your families and friends can make every bit of difference in getting us all on board for approval of those selections to move this legislation forward. That consideration for any land put back into Native hands is good for all of our communities, good for all of our brothers and sisters. We know the legislative process could include some compromises, and we'll stay diligent in our work with all of the stakeholders in the region. So want to point to the website that we have on our backgrounds, withoutland.org. There is an automated template where you can sign an email to send to our congressional representatives. Even if you've done that recently, we do need every 2 years to have our supporters show up in force. So please go to the website, Send that email in, encourage your family and friends to do the same. We are asking for your continued support and your active participation, both online and at home. And as a close, I just would like to say a few words that were the words of my grandmother, Amy Hollingstad. Yak Yedi was her Tlingit name, and she wrote to Washington, D.C. all the time. And this is from a letter she wrote in 1947 to Washington, D.C. about our land rights. Many of our homes and villages have been right where they are now for many hundreds of generations. We know this is true because animals that have not roamed the earth for thousands of years are sometimes found in the dump heaps of our villages. Taking our land from us means driving us off the face of the earth. It means driving us off the face of the earth. These 5 communities will never be driven off the face of the earth, not with your help, not with our support. We thank you so much for listening to us today. And I think we have a final comment from our partners, our friends, brothers and sisters with A&B and ANS. Gunalchéesh for hearing my words today.
Thank you. My name is Daphne Albee, and I am representing the Grand Camp of the Alaska Native Sisterhood and Alaska Native Brotherhood. My Tlingit name is Jektushe, and I am named after my great-grandmother, Mary White, who is from Wrangell. The Grand Camp of A&B and ANS have been fierce supporters of the landless communities. We've been, we also have a resolution that we are supporting that has been passed through the A&B and ANS Grand Camp. We encourage you to also, heed the words of the folks that are sharing their information. Go onto the website and do whatever you can to voice your support. These lands will not only benefit the 5 communities, but they're going to benefit all of us, all of the Native people, all the people that we love. And we just really encourage you to participate. It doesn't take much of your time, but boy, it's going to just really strengthen our, the words and the needs of our people. So we, the A&B and ANS, we are proud to support the landless brothers and sisters, and we look forward to working together. Thank you.
Cecilia, are we looking to hear from somebody else?
Mr. President, no, that is our presentation for today, and I see we already have some questions.
All right, thank you. Lovey?
Yes, Chief.
Lovey?
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you hear me?
I can.
So, Nicole, I fought for the landless for years. Could you send me some information so I could hand it out? This is the first update I've had in a long time. And I really appreciate you guys being on this Zoom meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Lovey.
Of course, Lovey, I would be happy to.
Mary Marks?
Thank you, President, and thank you, Cecilia, and the rest of this committee members giving this report. I just would like to share a little bit, the federal government, we're supposed to have a government-to-government relationship, which we do, but in a lot of areas in our relationship with the government, they tend to fail, and this is one of those areas that they are failing us. Their responsibility is to support us with our land, natural resources, our health and education, as well as our subsistence, and not having homes or land for our people. I'm one of the landless from Haines, and without having these resources fully at our hands, we are missing out. We are reaching out to other entities for our subsistence, for our health care, even our education. So I really feel that it's important that all of us, whether you're a landless or not, that we would go to those links that has been provided to us to Washington, D.C. and giving support for our landless people. Gunalchéesh.
Thank you. Kathy?
Thank you, President. I would like to thank Cecilia and all of those who spoke with her in support of those without land. I want to say to everyone, Anyat Osani, Anyat Osani. And you know, that means children of the land. Land has always been so important for our people. And this is a very area that needs to be identified as a top priority, and for many of us to come together. And I am at fault for this, Cecilia. I should be right in there because I have some areas also that I'm concerned about dealing with land. And I think we're kind of separated on some of our land, the importance of land. And I'm thinking that maybe if we all came together somehow and did get the support, like from Alaska.
It went to King Salmon and then to Bristol Bay. Then
I bring up also the veterans. There's about 500 veterans that are eligible in Southeast for receiving land, and only approximately 32 have applied so far. And if we have to wait another 50 years, you know, they're just not going to see it. And I just feel like we need to get the word out, much as you do, Cecilia.
I think I was on mute.
The importance of the land to our people is, and Joe Williams said something earlier also, and I liked what he said. He mentioned also 50 years. I would like to put on the table among the delegates, all the delegates, that we all need to work together on this issue. It's not just the 5 communities. It's all of us. We have veterans all over in our families. And we have native allotment that we struggle to use because of all the regulations. So Cecilia and the group that spoke with you, I stand behind you. Not only that way, please let me know how I can find and read the materials and keep up with what is going on. I encourage all our delegates to do the same. And I hope that somehow we could be highly active and visible and not so much in little groups. I think we need to come together much like this tribal assembly, but specifically for land. Gunalchéesh, thank you for hearing me. That's what I wanted to say.
Mr. President, if I may respond.
Sure.
Gunalchéesh, Kathy, you're talking about the spirit of unity, and lots of things can be accomplished in the spirit of unity. Gunalchéesh.
Gil?
Cecilia? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we hear you.
You're up to a sock. Gil Stokes from Anchorage. I am landless from Wrangell. Cecilia, Nicole, I got an afterthought. Seemed like I have 1,000 thoughts, but to boil it down to, if you could send me a form or the forms, maybe even just one, I would have them duplicated up here, and I would furnish the envelopes and the stamps to all our Anchorage people, or even the Anchorage Bowl. I have relatives in Spinard, Kenai, all around there, all around the bowl. I'd be happy to address them and get this out to. Seems like this is a repetitious thing that's going on, but it looks like it's going to surface. with good results. I do hope so. That's why I'm hanging in there. By the way, Nico, just to have a little humor, Gloria, your aunt, was my first girlfriend, long distance. She was in Petersburg and I was in Wrangell. Okay, Gunalchéesh, everybody, Háw'aa.
Thank you, Gil. Juliana?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Gunalchéesh. Yeah.
Sorry, Harriet, you keep coming unmuted. Can you please wait? Juliana is speaking.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Juliana.
I'll start over. Gunalchéesh, Cecilia, I was there when 2019, when you anchored us down, the ones with land to the landless and our responsibility. As of now, I had posted on my Facebook the site that they all need to click on, real simple, just, you know, sign a petition, know where to look, just click right on there and sign it. We appreciate your help. That's what we got to do. And we work immediate. Every one of us, every one of our delegates just work, whether you hand it out or help someone fill out the forms or send them to the link. Everything helps. And thank you for the report. Appreciate it. Gunalchéesh.
Geez, Juliana, thank you.
Thank you. Doesn't look like we have any others. Did Harriet, were you trying to speak? Paulette?
Thank you, Mr. President. Gunalchéesh, Paulette Marino, take Unyek, a Native woman of the Dipper House, child of the Kagwantan. Mr. Chairman, at this time, through the chair to Cecilia, who is also the Alaska Native Sisterhood representative on the Landless Committee. The Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood has met many times over the past 3 years, from 2019 to 2021, with our congressional delegation, past Grand President Joe Williams and Heather Gerko, Cecilia as the ANS representative, and the executive committee. What we've noticed, Mr. President, to share with the delegation today is that meeting with each one individually several times throughout the year, we brought 3 things forward that were of the most importance. Everything as though the landless, veterans allotment, and murdering and missing Indigenous peoples legislation. So with that, the late and beloved John Young, one of the things that he said is that if we come together as a people and we make decisions amongst ourselves and we come in with a united front, that we would have an increased chance of having some of this legislation passed. So my question through the chair to the delegation, or my recommendation, is to follow his wise counsel. One of the things that I think, one of the ways to follow his wise counsel would be if we could potentially get a statement as delegates from the potential candidates for Mr. Young's respective seat in regards to not only the landless, but the veterans allotment and their other priorities, and have that emailed to us if they're willing to do so. I think that that would be a way to honor the words. So I would like to thank Sister Cecilia and all of those who gave us a really wonderful report today. And we can come together with this if we continue to stay focused. And thank you so much, Mr. Peterson, President Peterson.
Gunalchéesh, ANS Executive Committee Woman, Paulette Marino. Gunalchéesh.
Thank you. Ben, I'm going to take one last question, and then I've had several requests for a bio break.
Thank you, President. I just want to make a quick comment that our brothers and sisters are out there in this large canoe wandering around. I'm hoping that one day we will welcome to not just our land, but their land as well. Thank you for all that you do, Cecilia, Nicole.
Gunalchéesh.
Thank you to all of those who spoke this morning on the landless issue. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. Do expect that we're going to go over this afternoon, and I put in the chat, this is the reason we plan these half days and started early in the morning so that we could give ourselves that latitude to go over. And I think it's really important when we haven't been able to come together in person that we allow everybody who wants to speak or offer questions and their thoughts to give that opportunity. So thank you everybody for the grace. And again, let's take a 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 12:10.
We are having our 5th annual traditional games. We have a few local schools here in Juneau and Seattle. We have Bethel and Petersburg, Háw'aa, Heidelberg, Metlakatla, Haines, Seward, Anchorage, Fairbanks.
We have the 10 different events, the 3 high kicking, 1-foot high kick, 2-foot high kick, Alaskan high kick. Stick pulling games, Dene stick pull, Inuit stick pull, the agility games, scissor broad jump, kneel jump, pain endurance games, I guess, seal hop and wrist carry.
There is indeed a game for everybody. That's what I love, because I have some friends that are looking for a sport. Maybe they used to wrestle in high school or did football. Maybe they did track. No matter what sport they did and what they like doing, whether they want to go far, they want to jump high, they want to be strong, they want to endure long, there's a game for them.
I don't just teach the kids just the game itself. I teach them the history of it, the backstories. They're carrying on a tradition that was been here for thousands of years, and they can actually carry on that tradition.
Go! Dene stick pull symbolizes grabbing a slippery live salmon out of the water. So it's all about technique. If you see all the other games, they are about either strength or height or distance. Dene stick pull is specifically technique and learning how to carefully grab that slippery salmon so you don't lose it.
And seal hop is like trying to look like a seal, and so then you can get one.
The scissor broad jump represents ice hopping from ice floe to ice floe on the frozen ocean. Traditionally up north, our hunters, they practice this game to be quick on their feet and to get to one place to the other on the moving ice floe to ice floe. And so if you weren't quick on your feet and you lost your balance, that would be a life or death situation.
In 1 foot, if you try to kick as high as you can, and it signals that somebody catches a whale. I used to always watch NYO when I was young, and now that I'm finally in it, it just like feels so awesome. Like I'm part of everything in Alaska.
I've had a few students come up to me my first couple of years of coaching, and they opened up to me about how how Native Youth Olympics has impacted them positively. I guess throughout their life, they weren't really proud of who they are as an Indigenous person. So after being involved with the games, they are proud of being Indigenous and proud to be involved with the games.
A couple of my athletes were so not into sports, but when I introduced this to them, they felt like they had some sort of identity and that they had some sort of confidence that they didn't see in themselves. So that's why I try to make sure that they can at least get the chance to do what they would love to do.
You know, I'm more confident, more of a leader type role now. It helped me a lot grow as a person.
And so it's just beautiful to see that change in our younger athletes. They're our future, so we need to figure out a way to keep our culture alive. And this is one way, and we're getting it started.
All right, we are back and we will go into our audit committee report.
Honored delegates, the audit committee met on April 14, 2022 to adhere and review the fiscal year 2021 audit. The committee is pleased to once again present you the audit report. And once again, we have completed an audit with no findings. This includes the use of Treasury funds that included CARES Act and ARPA recovery funds. And it should be noted that this was an especially difficult task since Treasury kept changing the guidelines and rules. That in spite of these constant changes, it was found that we had a very thoughtful approach to utilizing these funds. Not to mention that not only were we thoughtful in our approach and navigated the ever-changing guidelines, that Teresa and her staff were able to do it well ahead of the September deadline so that we could present it to you here today. This is commendable, and the auditors also mentioned how pleased they were, and we as the committee agree. It was mentioned to us that our program people, the people doing the work, are to be commended as well, for they are well versed and know the requirements of their programs. Our committee would like you to join us in thanking CFO Teresa Belton and her staff, and our staff at Central Council, taking care of our people in a manner that ensures we are able to deliver this report with no findings. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa to the committee members, Pat Alexander, Jackie Pata, Mary Edenshaw, Sam Hanlon, and Ken Sutherland. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes our report.
Thank you, Catherine, and I'd entertain a motion to approve our audit.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the audit.
Second, Daphne.
Thank you. Who made the motion? I'm sorry.
It's Albert, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, thank you, Albert. The motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Questions been called. All those in favor signify by aye.
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 Wait.
Aye.
The dog's bark was counted as an aye. Those opposed, nay. And thank you all. We have an approved audit. We'll now hear from our finance committee.
The audit committee.
Greetings, fellow delegates. Keisuna Said Tlegit Katsiti, Wishkitan, Jog Lach, Dachtin Tanyari Katsiti, Tsu, Wishkitan Tashkan. I'm happy to be here as finance chairman. We had our meeting on March 14th, 2022. And at that time, the committee had moved to present the proposed budget for 2022, proposed amended budget, and 2023 proposed budget. Committee moved to present it to the assembly as a due pass. Committee members present were myself, Will Micklin, Catherine Edwards, Paula Peterson, Elaine Simpson. Also present were President Peterson, COO Roald Helgerson, CFO Teresa Belton and her staff, and other committee members Veronica Dalton, Tasha Hodge, Mary Lekanoff, Karen Togg, Pat Walker. I'd like to thank the committee members for their participation. I'd like to thank Teresa Belton, the CFO, and her staff. With that, we would like the assembly to adopt the proposed budgets and amendments. Gunalchéesh.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Paulette Marino.
Paulette Marino, Sitka delegate, so moved to adopt the proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, this is Albert. Second.
Thank you. Discussion? Joey, I see your hand up. Did you have a comment?
No, Mr. President, I was just raising my hand to make the second. That's all.
Any discussion on the motion?
Mr. President, Marvin Adams.
Marvin.
I was wondering if there was a way we could support the landless in this budget. I know it's not in it now or may not be. Is there something that we could consider at the assembly level? I'd like to open that up for discussion.
I think that would take a separate motion or a proposal.
Yeah, I would like to support them.
President Peterson, may I comment?
Teresa?
What we're approving today is budgets for administration and facilities. So landless would be a program type budget.
That's why I was saying I think it's not appropriate in this discussion. So I would have to rule that out of order. Any discussion on the motion?
Call for the question.
Question's been called. All those approved by saying aye.
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 No, try it again.
Okay, those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries.
Mr. Chairman.
Marvin?
Yeah, I would vote nay because I think we should be proactive on this. And I know it's administrative, but I think maybe some kind of appropriation should be done at the assembly level. Thank you.
So I'll put it on
Mr.
record
Chairman, I
that
also
you
vote
voted.
nay.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Doug Chilton, Juneau delegation.
Thank you. We have 2 nays. Motion carries. Thank you all. I want to thank Mr. Jack and his committee. I want to thank Teresa Belton. Appreciate it. If we're ready to move on, we'll have our keynote address. I'm excited to introduce our keynote speakers today, 2 of my dear friends, Kate and Bentham. They're our Maori relatives. As you know, the ocean does not divide us, but it connects us. And I've had the great privilege of getting to know them over the years as we've been building our connections across the Pacific and learned from each other. They have brought students to Alaska on several occasions for cultural exchange and information sharing. Both Kate and Bentham have been instrumental in establishing the Tribal University in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and they have also worked to preserve the Maori language through Language Nest. We have so much to learn from our relatives from across the world, and I'm excited for you to hear from these 2.
Ka mihi tuatahi ki te atua te tīmatanga me te whakamutu ngā mea katoa, gloria ki tōna ingoa o te tonu atu āne. Whakahōnere tia tō tātai kingi tu heitia me te kauiari ki whānui tonu rirere hau pai Māori. Ka huri ngā mihi ki o tātou mate o te rā o te wiki o te marama e tau nei moi mai rā koutou. Āpiti hono tātai hono ko rātou te hunga mate ki a rātou moi mai rā. Āpiti hono tātai hono, ko tātou te hungara kia tātou, tēnā tātou. E te whānau Alaska kua hui hui mai nei, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. He waiata.
Mawaira
E taurima te maraiwa one. Ma te tika, ma te pono, me te aroha e. No hau i taku whare, whakarongo ki te tangi a te manu, le rumare, le wahone. Ngā wawata, ngā roi mata, e maringi ki te pai, he aha, he huarai, ko te aroha e. Tangihia i muri nei, kuari roko tau ki te iwi ki te rangi ki te atua e. Ka mihi tuatahi te atua.
So thank you so much, everybody. We just want to share with you a little bit about the greeting that we did and the song that we sung. In it, we give thanks to the Creator. We give thanks also and send greetings to our King, our Māori King. We acknowledge those that have passed on, and we return back to those that are living. We are the descendants of our ancestors. We are the Māori who we are, the survivors. We are here also to give thanks to you all, our amazing and inspirational whānau from Alaska, our Tlingit Haida whānau. We honour you, we thank you, and we love you very much. And the little waiata we sang was to just honour you all. And it just speaks to those of us who need to take responsibility for our sacred spaces, that we have justice and truth, and for there to always be love that is woven through. You know, we can take time to listen to the environment that we sit in. We listen to the cry of the birds, we listen to the trees, and the yearning for those who have passed. So we just want to start our keynote, or actually our time together with you, with this greeting from our homelands, from Aotearoa. You know, Bentham, how about we talk about some of the inspirations we're here to talk about, or inspires us from Aotearoa, but we actually also want to share what we've learned from you all.
So just acknowledging everyone in institution, organisation, movement, family, tribal peoples and organisations and institutions that have taken care of us. So we'd like to just acknowledge through this PowerPoint slide Elizabeth Medicine Crow, who is our sister, who has been a significant positive impact on our lives and the lives of our Māori people here in Aotearoa. And just to recognise that amazing mission statement of progress for the next 10,000 years, that blew our mind when we first saw that, and she shared it with us. Equally, there's other organisations, including the Whaika group, and the learnings that we've acquired while we've been in Alaska, in your beautiful lands over these times. We've just sort of shared some of the areas that they've shared with us, you know, the whole shifts institutions to movements, hero-based leadership model to a more host-based leadership model, and a hierarchies-based structure to a more networks-based structure. So we thought as part of this keynote today that we would acknowledge all of the whānau, all of the families, tribes, organizations and institutions that have hosted us, and many students and whānau that we've brought to Alaska over this past few years.
And even in those little sayings there, institutions to movements, or movements, institutions, hero leadership to host leadership, of networks of leadership that can spring up in our communities, the hierarchies moving from, you know, top down, down up, flow chart, organizational structures to networks, are all indicators of your particular theme, which is, you know, moving forward together. And we want to talk a little bit more about what that together means. And for us, this photo here, we would probably want to, you know, say in this one, spot the Māori, spot the Native Alaskan. These are Māori leaders and our Native Alaskan leaders from across the world together. But we like this photo because it's a spot there. In this particular photo, as an example of leadership, and being together, what brought us together that particular evening was food.
Yeah.
We brought our traditional foods from Aotearoa, from New Zealand, and the locals brought in their foods, and that night we feasted, you know, on whale and seal and what we have in our homelands, tuna, eels and mutton birds, which are a particular type of seabird called titi. And that's an example again of, you know, moving forward together, but food is always a fabulous catalyst for great work. We also want to acknowledge other leaders from your particular state. Valerie Davidson, who has impacted us with some of her pearls of wisdom, you know, making sure that you teach about and you care about the issues that are important to you. That people do amazing things under the most impossible situations and conditions, and that actually our children are the right reason for any of the action that we take in our communities. I think for Bentham especially, one of the most important sayings that we brought home was this one here.
Yeah, when you lead with love, you never stand alone. So I just want to acknowledge again Valerie for her generous sharing.
So in terms of who we are, and as we launch into this little talk with you today, our family, for us and our family, which consists of, you know, Bentham and I, we have our children, we have our whāngai children as well, and our whāngai are those who we've fostered over time. We are part of a massive family that is around the world, and working together, you know, for our future is absolutely critical ingredient of our medicine and what helps us get up in the morning. It's absolutely critical that we actually work together, and working together, you know, creates an intergenerational pathway. Our work can be used for our mokopuna in the future to look back on and say what didn't work, where are the bits that our grandparents fell over, where were the bits that we were able to actually shine in, and then they use that as their learnings. So just a little bit more about who Bentham and I are. We are Māori from New Zealand.
Yeah, so my tribe's here in Aotearoa from Te Atiawa, Ngāti Pukenga, Ngāti Rārua, Ngaiterangi and Te Aroha.
And whereabouts are they? If you were to talk about New Zealand, where is New Zealand?
So the majority of those tribes, there's two main islands, the North Island, or known as Te Maui, and the South Island, which is known as Te Waka Maui. And most of those tribes there, actually, they were originally in the north, some of them, and some of them transversed and migrated down to the south. So Te Atiawa was part of that, Ngāti Rārua were part of that. And the other three, Ngāti Pukenga and Ngaiterangi, are based in a place called Tauranga, and Te Aroha is based in a place that a lot of tourists come to here when they come to Aotearoa, New Zealand, and that's in Rotorua.
Kia ora tātou. My name is Kate Cherrington, and my tribes are from the far north of the North Island. I'm from Ngāti Hine Te Kapotai Ngāpuhi. On my mother's side, we are very staunchly Scotch-Irish. In that slide as well, we share not photos of Bentham and I because you're having to look at us, you know, for the next few minutes, but we're sharing photos of our children, and they are both artists. They have both been raised in their language. They've been immersed into Te Reo Māori, and they're just as fluent in English. You know, our daughter went to one of the most English universities in New Zealand. They are comfortable walking into corporate situations as they are and representing their culture on a stage, and the photos that we've shared here are of them performing in competitions, traditional arts competitions. Yeah, so we just wanted to share that with you rather than sharing another photo of us. I guess for this, you know, we have an opportunity to share a little bit about what helps us as Māori, or as tribes, or as sub-tribes, and as families move forward together. And we're very blessed, and as you will be too, with lots of key learnings and indicators and signposts that are in our language. And we have a very metaphorical language. And so we have a lot of proverbs. So your particular theme already exists as for us in a proverb of me haere ngā tahi tātou. We absolutely should go forward together. And tātou means us. It actually means all of us. We have another word for us, and that's mātou. But actually that means Bentham and I and others, but doesn't include you. So we have different meanings for the word us, and for us, it's most important that we talk about tātou, all of us together, not just some of us, that excludes others. So me haere ngā tahi tātou is that indicator that we take all of us on a journey, on a shared vision.
Three references we have here. The first one is kotahitanga, which is being as one. Tahi is the Māori word for one. And now kotahitanga, we've expressed it here as collectivism, or working for the collective as a collective. And the second one is mahitahi, and this relates to working together, or expressing or enacting the expression of working together, mahitahi. And the last one here is tātou, tātou. Not one of us is more important than all of us. And they're all three really integral parts of who we are as Māori. Kotahi te kōhao is a saying here that we have. Kotahi te kōhao o te ngira e kuhuna ai te miro pango, te miro whiro me te miro mā. Ke mau ki te whakapono, te tūmanako me te aroha. There is one eye of the needle through which the white, black and red cotton are threaded. Hereafter, hold fast to charity or love, hold the laws, traditional customs, and be firm in the faith, our beliefs. This is a comparatively modern whakatauki that was quoted by one of the Māori kings, King Potato. We have a king movement here, and the current king is Kingi Tuheitia.
Some of the other whakatauki that help us think about how we work together. You know, he aroha whakatō, he aroha puta mai. If you sow in kindness, then kindness you will receive. Me mahi tahi tātou, mo te oranga o te katoa. When we work together as one, we all are well. And so it also, and then it brings us back again though to a proverb that Valerie Davidson did share with us. You know, when you lead with love, you never lead alone. So in our backgrounds, for Bentham and I, we work across governance. Just as we're in this context here in your amazing conference, we work in the governance of our tribes. We've worked across corporate, We've worked on the small marae or the communal houses of our sub-tribes. We work in not-for-profit. And when you lead with love, we are not afraid to use love language in our own language, in te reo, but even in English, we're not afraid to use it. And it's not the love in the fluffy kind of stuff in your stomach that you get when you see someone you kind of like. It's that deep love. It comes with sorrow, a deep understanding of who you are as Māori, who you are as Indigenous peoples, a deep, deep love that sits in your stomach, that feels the ups and downs and our triumphs and the pieces that don't work with great emotion. So when Valerie said that, it impacted especially on Bentham, and you have to know that what you teach us, we use back here in Aotearoa. But when we work together as one, then all will be well. And this particular proverb is really helpful and has implications for making those connections and collaborations that especially support a common vision or a common purpose that'll make the world a better place, and especially in ancestral wisdom. We have, certain impacts that we want to have in the world for some organisations that we serve. One of ours is future leaders with ancient wisdom, and that's what we aspire to with our young people. A few others that we want to share before we share an example of how we've moved together as Māori from many different tribes with many different views of the world. There's just a few more of these sayings that we'd like to share with you.
Yes, and then this again comes to the theme of working together, mahi tahi. So no te roro, nāku te roro, ka ora ai te iwi. With your food basket and my food basket, as a collective working together, the people will be fed and will be nourished. And I know, having come to Alaska a number of times, I've seen and witnessed whānau families bringing food together and sharing that food with us. So we've seen the enactment and the fullness of the enactment of that particular proverb in Alaska.
And the beauty of that also is it also shows that we celebrate one another's diversities as people. We are here in Aotearoa, we have multiple tribes. Although we are very blessed to share the same language, we have different dialects, and we do have different meanings for things. And if you're a coastal tribe, your worldview is going to be so much different to someone who's from the lakes and the mountains. So in this, we're encouraged that we don't all have to think the same. We don't all have to enjoy the same food. We don't have to eat the same. But imagine if we brought everything in together, just how diverse and colourful, our food baskets would be. It would be pretty boring if everyone brought in the same sweet potato, kumara, or they just brought in the same fish. But as a collective, when you bring it all together, everyone is nourished, and then we learn from one another. So the whole, moving forward together, we can say that we're collectives, but the collaboration piece is always so much harder. But with this particular whakatauki around no te roro, nāku te roro, ka ora ai te iwi, the sharing of the food baskets, we're reminded, just get on with it, share that food, just as we did all those years ago when we shared our seal and our whale and our mutton birds.
Hara taku toa I te toa takitahi, engari he toa takitini. Success is not the work of one, but through the work of many working collectively. So I have no doubt, and we've seen it and we've witnessed it in Alaska when we've been with you, the enactment of that whakatauki or that particular proverb about working together. And we just thought we'd share that as another proverb today. Ko ngā pai tawhiti whaia kia tata, ko ngā pai tata whakamaua kia tina. Pursue the distant horizons so they may be close, and secure near horizons so they may be fastened. So this really talks about, in terms of having that vision, that beyond the clouds, that visionary aspiration, that visionary motivation, also around ensuring that we enact that whakamaua kia tina, even though it may be beyond our means or beyond what we believe we can do, we must still continue to pursue. And we believe when you pursue through the right values and the right mindset and led through the right ways of your ancestral ways, then those horizons will be fastened and secured. So,
and this, our relationship with you all is a really great example of that. We are in the southern hemisphere, close to Antarctica. Our islands are, but in our pursuit for distant horizons, in our pursuit to go beyond what we can see outside our back door, we have landed with you. And what brings that closer is the fact that we share common values, we share common values, common vision. And although it may be said that colonization, the patriarchy, and subsequent poverties might also bind us, and that is not what we take forward though, to get into the future. That is not what makes us common. What makes us common is the fact that we have deep respect for our environment, that we have deep respect for one another, that our elders are acknowledged, that our children are our treasure. So, you know, in terms of framing up how you move forward together, although we are both impacted by colonization, the thing that brings us close is actually that Pacific Ocean. It is a highway to you. It doesn't actually bring us further apart. And so that particular whakatauki talks to that. You know, the Pacific Ocean is our highway. And in our recent past, especially with our whānau in Hawaii and our other Polynesian brothers and sisters, the stories of having exchanged with you are now coming to the fore. You have been brought much closer to us as a result of that. But it took us, you know, taking a step a little bit further on a plane to go a little bit further beyond our own horizons.
it does remind me of that mission statement of West Galatians Institute, progress for the next 10,000 years.
That's right. So we want to just talk up, to finish off our talk today, just to give you an example of a movement that is now a firm institution in New Zealand today, in Aotearoa today, a movement that we were able to collectivize on, collaborate on. It was intergenerational in its approach, and it may resonate with you all in terms of the work that can be done together. Before we just launch into that, we could talk a little bit about.
Yeah, so the name of the group is the Māori Women's Welfare League, but the Māori name is up there in the top left-hand corner, Te Rōpū Wahine Māori Toka Iti Ora. And their monogram and their mission statement is centered around this theme of tātou tātou, which is working together, working collectively, working for and to one another to get things done.
Post World War II, our significant losses of males and the move from our rural communities into urban centres, Māori women gathered in and they created a welfare league, and they would ensure they were at the table of government, they were working closely with families, and this particular institution has survived for a very, very long time. You know, it was about tātou tātou, we all work together. But back in 1981, it was clear that there was a crisis in Aotearoa, and that crisis was for us, was in terms of the loss of our language. And with the loss of our language, you know, is the memory, the blood memory of how we would enact our tikanga, how we enact our culture, indicators, and that loss was becoming so significant. Also, just as a reminder, you know, as we are very diverse as tribes, and there were urban movements, there were urban movements, there were a lot of Māori that were disconnected from their tribes, who didn't know, you know, they knew they were Māori, but didn't know where they were from after years of being institutionalized and forced to move out of their homes. This is all very similar, and this will resonate with you. But that's not the point of this kōrero. In 1981, the elders all came together, and significant leaders, and across the tribes, and all our differences were just left for a moment, and they pondered what is the one thing we can do to survive as Māori people? And in that year, the Kohanga Reo movement was formed, the early childhood learning nests. They decided, the elders decided it was the reo. We needed to gather ourselves around the language, the revitalisation, well not revitalisation, the vitalisation and generation of te reo Māori, of Māori language back into our everyday lives. And they decided that actually it would be an intergenerational approach, that the elders would take that on and they would skip all the adults who are going to university and trying to learn a few hours here and there. They would focus on the babies. And by the babies, I mean any mother who was pregnant. They scooped up all these little babies aged from, within the puku, within the stomach, through to 4 years of age. They gathered them up and they put them into their garages, spare rooms, but they chose language as a way to move forward into our future together. And that movement, it happened everywhere. Suddenly, kohanga reo, all these language nests were popping up in garages, and in those spaces, only te reo Māori would be spoken. And they were tiny, and all the nannies and the papas would gather in all these grandchildren, and then they just started. And that's how it started. As a result, we had over 590 at one point, kohanga reo across the country. They finally garnered, government funds. They have become an institution. We are 41 years old, but from that came the schools. We had immersion schools, and we had immersion schools for 5 to 12-year-olds. And then suddenly we had the high schools in total immersion, which our daughter went to as well. And we have 3 wānanga. We have higher education institutions. The wānanga that Bentham had the privilege of serving as the CEO has at least 36,000 students, not just Māori, but non-Māori too. So this is in 1981, 41 years old.
I think the other key to this is that the woman didn't ask for permission.
Oh yeah, no permission.
In terms of the tribal, in terms of the monarchy that is here, but equally of the men. They enacted what they believed and they did it. And it has had an intergenerational positive impact that has shifted our people from a place of disillusionment to enlightenment.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to let you know how successful it has been, that generation of babies, and who we call mokopuna, grandchildren that went through in the 80s, there are many of them that hold key decision-making roles in leadership across Aotearoa New Zealand. And not just in Māori spaces, they are influencing policy. This year, the amount of non-Māori who are now learning te reo Māori, who are now learning the language, in our mainstream television stations, there is language everywhere. So those young children who are now in their 40s and having children of their own, and some of them actually already have grandchildren of their own, this is holding fast and true. So we have now impacts on our policy, the mainstream policy that are upholding who we are as Māori. And finally, we are being seen as not only in terms of revitalising our language, but actually we are the answer ourselves. That Māori, our customs and traditions, our language, our knowledge systems are now being acknowledged as solutions to the very complex problems that our world faces right now. So we wanted to share that with you, that as the case study, it's been such a privilege to speak with you all today. And good luck for the rest of your conference and what you have to do in your AGM. It's very, very important.
And if you have the opportunity to come to Aotearoa New Zealand, we'll be waiting for you here to host you. So welcome. Hopefully you get here to Aotearoa New Zealand. Right? Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa.
Kia ora.
Well, thank you. I hope everybody enjoyed that. the work that they do in Aotearoa is very much mirrored with ours, and they're dealing with many of the same issues, and their work in language revitalization is really incredible. Hopefully we'll be able to visit someday. I'm now going to turn over the chair to Jan Peel, and she will do the candidate speeches.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to take a minute to thank the tribal host, Fred Luth, and a tribal hostess, Millie Schoonover, with the big hug. Our President Emeritus, Ed Thomas, all 6 of the vice presidents, and our current president, Mr. Peterson, all of the delegates, and all of the citizens who are on the web watching. Thank you for taking the time. I would also like to introduce to you your election staff. Now, can you hear me? Okay, election staff. Pat Alexander, Andrea Cesar, Mary Edenshaw, Karen Nathan, Becky Thompson, Grace Villarreal, and Laverne Wise. I'm not going to go through the rest of it if you didn't hear me. We will be listening to the pre-recorded interviews, but I would like to make the announcement that all of the declarations of intent had been received in a timely manner for the offices of President, Vice President, Associate Justice, Emerging Leader, and Citizen of the Year. Sid, I do need to advise you that we had 2 withdrawals. Job Sorebo withdrew as candidate for Associate Justice. Lauren Framke withdrew as a candidate for Emerging Leader. As you've heard throughout today and yesterday, if you want to be recognized, please go down, excuse me, to the reactions, hit that little icon and raise your hand. If that does not happen, Chair will not be recognizing you. Waving at me, I will just wave back thinking you're saying hi. This will also help us for tomorrow when we're down to the actual election. I would like to remind you to have your Simply Voting, can you see it? Your card. We will need this tomorrow when we do our voting. So please have it for tomorrow. Okay, we will go into now the pre-recorded candidate speeches.
Good morning, delegates. Tribal host Fred Luth, Tribal hostess Millie Schoonover, ANB Grand Camp President Marcelo Quinto, and ANS Grand President Daphne Albee. It is my pleasure to be able to address you this morning I'm recording from Anchorage on the homelands of the Dena'ina people. My name is Jacusta. My English name is Tasha Háw'aa. I'm humbly asking for your vote for President of Central Council. I have provided decades of service to the Tlingit and Haida people through volunteering, and 2 years ago was humbled to be elected as one of your vice presidents. The duties of our government are creating access and responding to the needs and priorities of our citizens. Above all else, I want to be accountable to our citizens, not just our elected governing body, but all tribal citizens. If we aren't meeting your needs, whether it's an unreturned phone call, assistance in navigating our programs, or identifying barriers to accessing public services where our tribe can intervene, I want to close the gap in our response times to serving our citizens. As president, I support reasonable access to housing, healthcare, native foods, water, and education. I have provided public testimony about housing and healthcare, working with local, state, and federal governments to support new housing ideas in Alaska and ways to provide increased access to healthcare. I've also worked with harvesters to create opportunities for them to barter their native foods with other tribal citizens. I have worked with the emergency operations team about access to clean water in an emergency, and I support access to education, both public education and higher education learning, and making those spaces areas where we can thrive by adding curriculum that we can have a cultural connection to. As president, I shall promote the equality, safety, and security of all tribal citizens. I've been at the policy table for equality in public safety and food security for our people in many settings. Not just resolutions through tribal assembly, but talking with municipal, state, and federal level officials on these issues. Not just in Alaska, but when I travel and see people running for public office, I reach out and talk to them on their platform and how well they work to create access for Indigenous people. Our tribe is ready for change. Change is not easy. It's stressful. And it takes someone who can create a clear path to success for us to want to make those changes. With my experience in education, I believe I'm that person who can help our tribe create innovative ways to addressing longstanding issues. For example, I've talked about partnering with the Small Business Administration and providing training with our citizens. There are programs that help connect potential business owners with the education and resources to start a business. And I've been a part of that circle in Anchorage and have discussed how to replicate that for our people. I want to create better government-to-government relationships. When Haines experienced their landslide in 2020, the state was having trouble giving updates to Congress on what was going on and sharing reports from the outlying communities. At one point, the state director for the late Congressman Young sent me a text and asked me if I had an update of what was going on in Cluck-One. This is just one example of how my years of service to my community and networking by being on councils and commissions have built my network and provided me an opportunity to have conversations that would not otherwise happen. The work that I do has been highlighted in several settings. One was the Alaska Top 40 Under 40 recognition in 2018. My work and dedication to our community speaks for itself. I've taken the time to build my toolbox of skills to bring with me to this job and create success. I want to take a moment to thank the community of Anchorage for supporting me as a delegate, the Anchorage Community Council for supporting my candidacy for president, and my family for always keeping me grounded in our values. I love all of you. I'm honored to have this opportunity to be in front of you today, asking for your support as president of your tribe. Please vote Tasha Háw'aa. Gunalchéesh.
Delegates, I come to you today full of humility and thankfulness. It has been one of the greatest honors of my life to serve as the president of Tlingit and Haida. It hasn't been without its challenges and ups and downs, but I think it's fair to say we've really moved the tribe forward and upward. We've really been building a team that's seen the vision that I ran initially on of meeting our citizens where they're at. And I think that's something that we can all take great joy and pride in, that we're doing that we're seeing the efforts pay off in that area. It's been tremendously exciting to build and grow and know that we're laying the foundation for our future. I say things that may sound grandiose or whatnot, but they're all things I believe with my whole heart. I believe that we come from the greatest people. I believe that our ancestors are the architects of what we're building today. I think they laid that groundwork that we're building from, that we're able to carry it forward, to meet our citizens where they're at, to provide opportunity for our citizens to be the greatest versions of themselves, to live in prosperity, in good health. And to those ends, we continue to do the good work, hard work. We've built a community behavioral health services department. We're working on recidivism. We're working on addiction. We're building the partnerships that are needed. And I think that I've spent my adult life building and honing my skills so that they are something that can be utilized to carry this out. I think we've been doing an incredible job. And again, you can continue to hear me say we, because it's about a team. And if you remember when I ran initially, I very clearly said I didn't have the answers by myself, but that collectively we do. I believe when we're together, we're strongest. When we live by our tribal values, then we are the best versions of ourselves. And I think that we can continue to build this, continue to grow and bring in our tribal citizens. We've gone from about 29,000 tribal citizens when I was elected to now we're at 34,000 tribal citizens and growing. And we're having to expand our enrollment committee to meet that need. We're really endeavoring to grow and be where we need to be to provide the services for our citizens, and that's going to attract more citizens. That's going to attract those that have been disenfranchised and wondering, why should I care? Why should I be a part of Tlingit and Haida? Why does it matter? I don't feel like I matter. We're changing the narrative on that, and we're building something that everybody can feel prideful and excited to be a part of. That's a collective that brings our culture together. And I ask you, the delegates, to continue to believe in me, continue to put your faith in me so that we can continue to do this work. And I think it's been paying off. We're seeing the success. When I became president, we had about 190 employees. Right now, today, we have over 420 employees. And I believe we have nearly 50 or 60 more jobs advertised. We're providing jobs not just in one community, but we're expanding, we're growing, and we're hiring people in our villages. And I think that's a really great transformation that we've made. And I want to continue to be your president so that we can continue this work and work together. And I just ask you, please continue to put your faith in me. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa.
Honored people of the Tlingit and Haida. Dletka Shenach Ulmiklanaya. Tlingit Shenach Kua. Tekwidi Ka Ayachat. Katsetach Tantakwan Ayachat. Hatsu Shanaya. Dletka Yarik Batsete. Kanak Adi Dachkan Ayachat. I'm a tribal assembly delegate since 1994. I serve on the committees for Finance, Judiciary, and formerly chair of Audit, and today chair the Rules Committee and the Climate Change Committee. I chair the board of the Tlingit and Haida Tribal Business Corporation. My appointments to our federal trustees, tribal advisory committees, include the FCC for broadband, the Department of Energy for Indian Energy, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for National and Alaska Plans, and the Department of Interior for Tribal Self-Governance, and recently the Department of Treasury. There are many things on my mind today as I am thinking about our challenges ahead. We have proven our mettle in meeting the challenges of the pandemic, and although impacted by the outbreak, Tlingit and Haida Tribal Business Corporation's $1 million dividend last year is followed by our dividend this year, while providing employment opportunities. Tlingit and Haida continues to reacquire our lands and will place land in trust. I'm dedicated to our deployment of high-speed broadband to our Southeast communities, to our stewardship and co-management of federal lands and programs, to territorial jurisdiction for all Alaska tribes, and our priority for all resources for our communities necessary for public safety, law enforcement, and tribal courts. The national security interest in mining in the transboundary will mean tribal jurisdiction and decision-making authority among transboundary governments must succeed if we are to protect our way of life. Climate change means clean, affordable, and reliable energy and energy efficiency, clean transport, affordable and sustainable housing, food sovereignty, and the remediation and elimination of carbon fuels and pollution. In this, we must prevail. With your support, I will, to the best of my abilities, continue my work for the Executive Council and the Office of the President. Please honor me with your vote and support for election to the Executive Council. Kuach Yacha Kwan. Daman Agang Hilkingwang. Gunalchéesh and Háw'aa. Yewe.
Good morning, delegates. My name is Rob Sanderson Jr. I am Haida. I am of the Eagle Moiety and from the Stutz clan. I currently serve as the third vice president of Tlingit and Haida. I currently serve representing Tlingit and Haida as the president and chair of the Southeast Alaska Indigenous Transboundary Commission at CITC, protecting our rivers and waterways along the international border with Canada. I serve as Alaska Area's Vice President for the National Congress of American Indians, NCAI, serving the best interests of American Indians and Alaska Natives. During the last 2 years, I have worked hard with NCAI on making sure Alaska tribes receive our fair funding in the CARES Act and the ARPA funding. I also serve as the chair of the NCAI's Addiction Task Force, tackling a problem that affects all of our families. I work tirelessly on suicide prevention and against the stalking of our women and children as an advocate for violence against women and children. Drug abuse is hitting our communities hard here in Southeast Alaska and beyond. We need to step up and do better to help our people who are suffering from this deadly scourge. I participated for 15 years and continue to serve as a participant in the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, working to reduce Chinook and halibut bycatch as a community engagement committee member. I also work as a participant to the Alaska Board of Fish, to Alaska Board of Game, to protect our access to our traditional foods. I am a supporter of the Alaska subsistence herring, and I also support our communities outside of our service area here in Southeast Alaska. During my tenure as an executive committee member, I always keep in mind that this is not my seat, it's your seat, and I respect it. I think about that every day. I humbly ask for your support. Going forward, I will continue to honor this position and do my very best to represent each and every one of you and all of our tribal citizens in Tlingit and Haida. Thank you very much. Háw'aa. Gunalchéesh Deutschen.
Good afternoon, delegates. My name is Clinton Cook. I am a delegate in Craig, and I am seeking a seat on the executive committee at this year's Tribal Assembly. I feel I have the professional and management experience that qualifies me to be able to continue to be on the Executive Council. I have vast experience in tribal leadership, being the tribal president of the Craig Tribe for many years. Craig Tribe owns a 8A company that has been very beneficial to the tribe, and being able to see how that works is very helpful in to help with my position as an EC member. Also, we are the first tribe since the Alaskan exception was introduced to put land in a trust. This is a very long procedure to undertake, and with the ability and experience that I have in this position, I believe I could help Central Council continue in this process when we are selected to put land in the trust. A few items I'd like to focus on if I'm an EC member is to put land back in tribal hands. It is very important to me as a tribal leader to see lands transferred back to tribes. Also, I'd like to see us look at economic sovereignty in the way of having businesses that keep us from being handed money by the government to operate. And I believe in that land in a trust will help us obtain that goal. I also believe in the protection of our subsistence rights as tribal members. We're always left behind when it comes to subsistence, and being from the village, this is very dear to my heart. And I would like to continue the fight to protect our cultural ways of life. A very important obstacle for us as tribal courts is in the village. For the past 10 years, I was a foster parent dealing with tribal kids, and it made me see the need for tribal courts in our villages, not state-driven courts. With that, I would like to ask you for your support in my effort as an EC member, and thank you for your time.
Shahun Yohwat Duasak Dleka Kanha Karen Elliott Yohwat Duasak Yelna Katsti Tequanati Ayachat De Kenya Yadi Ayachat Seattle Kwan Kahinia Kwan Da. I am a language learner and I apologize for any mistakes. I want to acknowledge President Richard Peterson, Tribal Hostess Millie Schooner, Tribal Host Fred Luth, our AMB Grand Camp President Marcelo Quinto, our ANS Grand Camp President Daphne Elby, Executive Council Delegate, our citizens and elders. I have been a delegate for 30 years, and being an Executive Vice President will bring things to a full circle. The purpose of getting my master's degree is to serve and give back to our Native community, also to my 4 children, family, friends, and to my tribe. I was born in Ketchikan to my parents of Fred and Marion Luth, and I was raised in Saxman during my elementary years until I moved to Seattle. My grandparents are Audrey and Thompson Paradovich of Klowak. My Nana was Olive Ross Natcon, who taught me my Haida culture, and my Gram Esther Shea, who taught me my Tlingit culture at Valley Park. My passion have been with the Native youth and family from my careers at Daybreak Star Preschool and at Title VI Indian Education Specialist at Edmond School District, working with Native students and families. My role with Tlingit and Haida Washington chapter, I served as the Executive Council Secretary, Chair of the Youth Committee, Chair of the Social Sunshine Committee, and now I am co-chair for the Cultural Heritage and our 2023 Culture Fair Committee. My community work role is rooted with Native youth, such as our Washington Youth Dance Group, Children's of All Nation with Vicki Soboloff. Recently, I've developed and created workshops for college readiness for Native youth at the Unkatawa nonprofit. I have a University of Washington BA degree in American Indian Studies, and my coursework includes tribal government, place-based knowledge curriculum, border schools, and Lushootseed language. I recently graduated from the University of Washington with my Master's of Education degree, and with my MAP coursework includes tribal critical theory in Washington since time immemorial policy and curriculum, knowledge of federal, state, local, and tribal or education policies that I can bring to the tribe. As you can see, I have credentials, leadership, and education to help guide our tribes into a positive direction. I kindly ask you for your vote as an executive vice president. Dangde Koyada, Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa.
Honorable Hostess Millie Schoonover, Host Fred Luth, Honorable President Emeritus Ed Thomas, President Peterson, Executive Officers and Delegates. Shaya Audeneki, Anyak Kusani, Ak Ishas, At Athas, Ak Kaniyan. Kusin Yochatuasak, Suka Adi Ayahat, Kagwantan Yadi, Wushkitan Dachhan, Yechit Dach, Chilkut Kwan. Times have been difficult during this pandemic, and our tribe is successfully navigating the waters and is strong and growing. In these changing times, experienced leadership is needed. I have a clear vision of independent, thriving tribal communities and citizens living in their own definition of prosperity, balancing today's financial and personal well-being with subsistence, culture, and language. I offer my policy experience leading tribal leaders to consensus positions, defining terms for economic solutions, and advocating for strong social support systems for our tribal governments. I helped lead the advocacy efforts for the very programs that we are implementing, be it VAWA, telecom, agriculture, or housing. My friends and peers are in the administration and congressional networks today. Recently, as president and CEO of Haida Regional Housing Authority, I've had the honor to assist our communities with their housing and community development priorities, demonstrating my commitment to our collective success. In my personal time, I serve as president of Gold Belt Heritage and take language classes, actively promoting cultural education. I have dedicated my life in service of our tribes, our citizens, and our Singit Kustiyi. I have served on the Executive Council. I know the effort that it takes, and I will dedicate the time to be an active leader. I'm asking for your vote to allow me to partner with you, our delegates, to serve our people. Klech ade cha kleinach ye unach tu saneyi yi, which in yagaktu tlat cha klech yachat yati. There is no way to do it alone. We will succeed together. We are like one. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa.
Honorable delegates, I'm Catherine Kashkani Edwards. We go forward together. This year's Tribal Assembly theme represents who we've always been in our work here today. It also speaks to my journey in leadership. Like you, I am the product of all who came before me. I may not have a notable last name, grandparents or parents here to stand by my side, but I find myself surrounded by family nonetheless. My family in the Angoon delegation holds the roots of my family tree. My lineage is history since time immemorial. Gunalchéesh. My family in Craig reminds me that strength comes not in numbers, but in who we are as a people. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa. My Haines relatives remind me to stand strong like the Chilkat Range against the winds. Gunalchéesh. My cousins in Huna, thank you for lending the irreplaceable wisdom of your elders and your counsel to this room. Gunalchéesh. My Heidelberg and Ketchikan cousins, your steadfast counsel serves as a reminder that standing tall in what you believe in ensures the best interests of us all. Háw'aa. My Juneau family, to have watched my children grow up alongside yours, my mother govern alongside yours, all while setting the foundation of my own life and career was a true gift. Gunalchéesh. My Kake and Kasan cousins keep me rooted in tradition. You bridge the gap between our way of governance and our way of life. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa. My Klawak and Klukwan cousins, you hold this body and myself accountable to what truly should govern our every decision, our people and our traditions. Háw'aa, Gunalchéesh. My Metlakatla relatives remind us all to think beyond ourselves in order to create a stronger whole. Noexum Nutsum. My cousins in Pelican, Petersburg, and Saxman, I am forever in awe of your dedication to our tribe and your embodiment of our mission statement. Gunalchéesh. Sitka family reminds us that sharing wealth is what makes us rich, and our care for an environment is an investment worth making. Gunalchéesh. Wrangell relatives, your dedication to your community is something I've admired since I started work at TNH. Gunalchéesh for passing these teachings along. My Yakdot cousins, you are a true north when it comes to standing strong for our matriarchs and land sovereignty. Gunalchéesh for sharing that knowledge. San Francisco, Anchorage, and Seattle, I learn from you daily. It's not easy to navigate two worlds, and have watched you all do so with grace as an inspiration. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa. My work at TNH brought me to your villages, and my work since has taken me to tribes in Washington, Massachusetts, and California. I've overseen hundreds of employees, programs, written legislation, always bringing that knowledge back home. I stand before you today humbly asking for your vote to achieve food and economic sovereignty, land back, communities free from violence, and returning to our way of life. We must go together. Defending these birthrights requires warriors who know the battlefields and recognize the obstacles before they reach our shores. I have gained that knowledge over my lifetime and career working for and with you all. I hope you'll grant me the honor of continuing to do the work in your name. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa.
My name is Joe Williams Jr. I presently reside in Saxman, was born in Ketchikan, and my Tlingit name is Gunalchéesh, and have been the former mayor of Saxman and also the former mayor of Ketchikan Gateway Borough. He's known as the first and only mayor that is serving both city and borough. I've been a member of the City of Saxman Council for 15 years, and presently I'm the tribal president of Saxman and be cumulatively of 14 years being president. Vice president of Alaska Tribal Council for 8 years, and I was A&B camp president 15 when 1960 when I was 16, and joined the ranks of rank president just a couple of years ago, and so presently hold the position of president for RollCap for the past couple of years, and I'm an Alaska Pacific University graduate. I'm the Alaska Pacific University trustees board member and also elders council. Presently, I own my own business, as it had for the past 30 years in the tour business. And for the first time ever, as far as the city of Saxman is concerned, Saxman community, the Organized Village of Saxman, the City of Saxman, and Cape Fox Corporation are all working together as one for the forward movement of our community. What I'd like to put on the history book for Tlingit Haida is to end the fight for land for the landless. It's been 51 years that we have enjoyed the use of our lands, and it's something that the landless have been unable to. So that's one of the things I would really work very diligently to make that happen. That's all I have.
Hi, my name is Delbert Kadek. I'm from Cake, Alaska there, and I appreciate you guys' votes. On the last election there, I learned a lot from when I got on, and there's still a lot to learn and a lot to do. And we had a really good executive council there, and I appreciate your support there and keep moving it forward there. And only thing I can promise to you guys delegate is I'll do my best again to represent each and every tribal citizen there. And I don't mind bringing up everybody's concerns. And so I appreciate everything that I learned to keep moving, helping advance us as a tribe moving forward. So thank you very much.
Good morning, delegates. Gunalchéesh Duasak, Karen Tog. I am a Haines delegate from Haines, Alaska. This is my second term as a delegate, and I'm looking to serve our tribal members by participating in the Executive Council. And I'm looking to do that because I feel like I have a good voice. I have a lot of experience in the business world, and I think that would be an asset for your council. The couple things that I'm really interested in is to have a Native voice in our communities, but also at the state and federal levels. We have a problem with a number of things, but one that comes to mind is the natural resource area with the fisheries. We have a huge problem with the bycatch, and all that fish that's lost, millions of pounds of our halibut and our king salmon that we traditionally use for subsistence to feed our families is being wasted. And I don't know that we meaning Native, we don't have a very good voice at the table, both at the state and federal level on any of the boards that they have created. I think we need to have a better voice. Also, my experience is in the profit world in operating companies. I know how to read and interpret an income statement, whether it's an income statement for a profit and loss for a profit-making company, or with federally funded programs where we receive federal funds and we have to distribute those funds the way we say we're going to. When we get federal funds, there's certain buckets, so to speak, of how we're required to spend those funds. So both the profit and the nonprofit, I'm able to have good input on reading that kind of information. And that is important when you're talking to your president and other managers who are running the business for you, whether it's the new investments for the buildings that have recently been purchased, or if it's the federal programs that we are receiving funds for that we need to deliver to our people. So I'm asking for your support and ask that you consider voting for me to support you and to support our tribal members.
Gunalchéesh for having me. My name is Cheryl Demert Fairbanks, and I am currently a justice for the Clinton Haida Supreme Court, and I'm asking for your support to have a reappointment to that associate justice position of our Supreme Court. And I grew up on Prince of Wales Island, and I was born in Ketchikan. And I'm from a fishing family there. So we're really thankful for the fish egg season that we're in today as I'm taping. And I wish I was back home for that. A little bit about my education and experience. I did undergrad work in Colorado and my graduate work in New Mexico, as well as California. And I have my Juris Doctorate, and I'm barred in the state of New Mexico. And I've served on a number of jurisdictions throughout the country. And I have been a board member of the National American Tribal Judges Association, where I received a Lifetime Achievement Award for my work in the courts. I helped develop the Mississippi Band of Choctaw Courts, and currently I'm working with our court, the Chief Justice and Associate Justice, on revising the rules for the appellate court now here at Tlingit and Haida. And, you know, we're strengthening those rules so they're more user-friendly and that we're protecting and enhancing our sovereignty. One of the things that I really appreciate about Tlingit and Haida is investing in our own citizens in terms of leadership positions. And working with Tlingit and Haida has been very, very challenging, but very, very rewarding also to see how you all are really investing in ourselves as tribal people. I would like to say that as a court, we're really working on making sure we're reaffirming our tribal core values, like holding each other up, the rule of respect, making sure that we're respecting our elders and taking care of our children. So I would really appreciate your support. Gunalchéesh.
Thank you, and greetings to our honored host, hostess, and delegates. My name is Jajuk Suk, a raven from the Teton clan of Wrangell. I'm Tlingit, Yupik, Irish, and many of you know me as Deborah O'Gara. My mom, Carol O'Gara, was born and raised in Mountain Village, Alaska, and now lives in Juneau. Her mother, my grandmother, Frances Tamery Shepherd, born in Wrangell, was a nurse and died way too young. My great-grandmother was Tilly Paul Tamery, a civil rights activist and mother to William and Louis Paul. Tilly's second husband, my great-grandfather, William Tamery, was a community leader and carver. My family is a mixture of fighters, survivors, and victims. It is, and we have a blend of education, successful careers, as well as alcoholism, poverty, and trauma. It is with these multi-generational experiences that I find myself rooted solidly in my ancestors' strength, able to contribute my skills to our tribe and justice system. I have worked in the legal field for 31 years. And in March 2007, I moved to Juneau to help build the Tlingit and Haida Court, first as the magistrate, and I have been elected the Chief Justice and appointed Chief Judge and Pro Tem Judge. I am currently a PhD student at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, researching Tlingit dispute resolution practices before colonialization. My goal is to help bring more traditional culture and values into the developing Indigenous courts throughout Alaska, starting here at home. I have extensive experience in developing, implementing laws and policies relating to jurisdictional matters, domestic violence, child welfare, child support, and criminal law. I have worked as a prosecutor, advocate, mediator, and a judicial officer in both state and several tribal courts. And I have assisted individuals in navigating the legal maze to find solutions and accountability. In the last 15 years, I have worked with judicial leaders like Dolores Cadiante, Doug Luna, Ernie Hillman, Al McKinley, Lowell Halverson, and most recently, Michelle Demeritt. I will bring this historical perspective and my creative innovation. I humbly ask your support for the position of Associate Justice. Thank you, and Gunalchéesh.
Hello, my name is Mary Marks, and I'd like to welcome you to our Tribal Assembly. I want to thank President Peterson, our vice presidents, our delegates, our elders, and our distinguished hostess and hostesses. I am running for the Associate Justice this year, and I ask for your vote. My Tlingit name is Nispadoge. I come from Klukwan, from the Drum House. Our tribal courts have recently updated their policies so that it can strengthen and enhance our tribal justice system. And my role as an associate justice would be to make sure that we are administering justice and that our tribal citizens receive due process. My skills I'd like to share with you. Last year, I received my tribal management certificate. This year in May, I'll receive my associate's degree in tribal management. And with a little bit of luck, I'll get my bachelor's degree next fall. I thank you for your time, and I ask for your vote as your associate justice. Gunalchéesh.
My name is Thomas Eagle Weathers. I am Aleut and an adopted member of the Eagle Killer Whale clan of Tlingit Indians through Bill Martin, and an adopted member of the Raven Brown Bear clan of Haida Indians through Kathy Paddock. My Tlingit name is Delshge, and my Haida name is Nasak. I'm also a shareholder in Sea Alaska Corp, and in the past was an active member in the San Francisco community of Tlingit and Haida Indians. Please vote for me for Associate Justice on your Supreme Court. I'm an attorney admitted to practice law in California, Washington, and Alaska, and I've practiced law for over 25 years. I specialize in federal Indian law, and I'm a strong proponent of tribal sovereignty. I'm also a past president of the National Native American Bar Association. In addition to practicing Indian law full-time, I also serve part-time as an appellate judge for several tribes around the country. I was appointed this year to the appellate court for the Havasupai tribe of Arizona, as well as the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe of Massachusetts. I was appointed several years ago to the appellate court for the Mashantucket Pequot tribal nation of Connecticut. And I've also served for many years on the Northwest Intertribal Court System, helping tribes in Washington, Oregon, and Northern California as an appellate judge. I've been an appellate judge for a long time, and I really enjoy it. It brings me great pleasure to help tribes in that capacity. I would be honored to serve as your appellate judge. Please vote for me. Gunalchéesh and Háw'aa.
Hello, my name is Armando Diazes. I'm from Juneau, but my family originates from Angoon. I'm currently in my third year back at college, and I'm in the first year of my current degree. I'm attending the University of Kansas, pursuing a 5-year master's degree in architecture. When I finish with my degree, I'll be returning to Juneau to work with the architecture firm that helped me find my passion for this field, Northwind Architects. I've been lucky to be able to work with them over the last couple of years on a variety of projects. In addition to learning about architecture, I act as the firm's cultural liaison. Some of the projects I've been involved with include the UAS Auck Lake Shore Improvement Project, the Alloway Avenue Transitional Housing Project, and the Tlingit Park Longhouse Pavilion in Haines. When I return to Southeast Alaska with my degree, I hope to continue to work on Tlingit-related architecture projects to help develop our community and give our people a physical representation in the built environment. For a long time, I've wanted to improve our Tlingit community. As soon as I was old enough, I ran for Tlingit and Haida Community Council to begin to see what kinds of issues our tribe faced, and to begin to learn about how our tribal government functions. I learned a great deal, but needing to continue my education, I left for Kansas, where the passion to help Indigenous Alaskans did not fade. While attending Haskell Indian Nations University, I was president of the Alaska Club, which is a club that sought to foster a comforting feeling for all the Alaska Native students who found themselves in Kansas. As president, I helped organize performances to show the Midwest our Alaskan cultures and give us a reason to sing and dance to our traditional songs. We organized fundraisers to raise money for food so that on Thanksgiving, when the Alaskan students could not go home to their families, we could hold a Friendsgiving instead. We were able to share food and have a good time with each other. When I left Haskell, I had more opportunities to share our Tlingit culture when I was offered an opportunity to help teach a small unit on our Raven stories to a world mythologies class. This year, I've had the amazing opportunity to sit on a new Native American Advisory Council for the Detroit Institute of Art. This small council was started at the end of last year to act as advisors on Indigenous artifacts and art that the museum has. I've also been requested to speak on several panels, including giving the University of Kansas insight on how to make the college experience more welcoming for Native students, and several college preparation forums for high school students. These forums encourage them to keep trying even if things don't work out right away. I'm always willing to help in any way I can. For several years, I was a math tutor for middle school and high school students through the Navigators program in Juneau. I've always been deeply rooted in the Tlingit culture, attending potlatches each fall, processing foods throughout the summer, and dancing in several dance groups. With the knowledge and experience I'm gaining through college, I will continue to be a positive force to help strengthen our tribal identity and bring us closer to our cultural roots. I want to lead and be a part of projects that help us reclaim our built identity. I believe that my skills and experience would bring a valuable perspective to the executive committee. I would be honored to receive your vote and to serve you all in this capacity. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa. Thank you for listening to me.
Shakakuk yuchat duasak, tekwedi ayachat, kla tunach sitlain, kiksadi yadi chatsati, ish tunach duk on. My Tlingit name is Shakakuk. The name describes the grinding sound large logs make as they roll in the water at Cape Edgecombe. My baby name is Kutsk, which means little bear. Like my mother, Sitlain, I am Tekwedi, Eagle Bear from the Valley House in Angoon, and I'm a child of the Kiksadi through my father, Duke On, who was adopted by my grandfather, Akashuk. I was born and raised in Sitka, and I'm proud to be Tlingit and Aleut. My name is Marla Spord, and I'm here to share why you should entrust me to be your Tlingit and Haida emerging leader. Like you, I was raised to know rather than to talk or boast about myself. I should show it through my actions. I will briefly talk about why I'm qualified as your emerging leader, and then spend the bulk of my address trying to show you how I plan to spend my time in this position, including how I envision our people's future to be as bright as when Raven released the sun. Last December, I graduated from Fort Lewis College with a bachelor's in public health, and plan to pursue a master's in public health this fall. Currently, I'm working in Juneau at the Capitol building under Representative Putkatuk as a First Alaskans Institute Public Policy Fellow. I only mention these because combined with my years spent on the Tlingit and Haida Youth Commission, I'm now prepared to step into this position. As I've grown up, I've seen glimpses of ways people change their communities, whether they've changed the name of a school or mascot, fought for subsistence ways of life, or even for the human rights of our people. I've seen the ways our cultural values play a role in the way we live, and I've seen the unique struggles our communities face. One thing I desire for Tlingit and Haida communities are place-based curriculum that is fully funded by the state, and if not by the state, through respective grants, with annual multicultural awareness courses for teachers who are non-native. Something the Youth Commission has been discussing extensively and culminated in a resolution to address this need. In addition, the Youth Commission has been brainstorming on different issues and solutions to a variety of topics and concerns. We have answers and understand that we are the future generations that need to be willing and able to fill these leadership spots so that our elders can step back and rest. We have concerns and possible solutions to issues from suicide prevention all the way to housing development, and we have a great team of leaders who are willing to do the work. I am one of them. Our TNH second annual Youth Summit theme this year was "The Future is Indigenous." All of us want to better our community, and the way we get there is creating more avenues and incentives to learn more about and fully support Alaska Native culture within the education system and other systems currently in place. So thank you all for listening to me today. I would love to further discuss and connect. I appreciate your support to be the next Tlingit and Haida emerging leader. Gunalchéesh, ho ho.
Hello, everyone. I would like to thank the board, the delegates, and the board of Tlingit and Haida Council for allowing me to make an opening statement for my application for the Tlingit and Haida Emerging Leadership Program. My name is Colin Adams. I live in Anchorage, Alaska. My Tlingit name is Little Wolf. My moiety is Eagle. My clan is Kangwangtong, and I come from the Wolf House. I am the son of Marvin Adams. His Tlingit name is the Father of Nations. His moiety is Raven, and clan leader of the Owl House. I'm currently attending the University of Colorado Boulder for my bachelor's degree for political science with the future goals of going to law and business. For my leadership experience, I was the captain of the round debate and forensics team in my senior year in high school, and I became a junior instructor for my karate dojo for about 2 years. I came here today to become a member of the Emergency Leadership Program for Clinton Haida Central Council, since I'm interested in experiencing and learning and culture, as well as becoming more involved with the workings of Central Council. When I was a young kid, I had the opportunity to talk to my grandma Marge about everything from history to culture. Her wisdom and insight brought me to understanding the culture I grew up in, and how it is important to listen to the elders, not only to tell you stories of the past, but also give you the next generation wisdom, preserving the culture and customs that will guide the young people towards a brighter and promising future. I am excited to be intrigued and a part of this emerging leadership Clinton Haida Central Council. I'd like to thank the delegates and the executive board for allowing me to say my opening statement. Thank you.
Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa, to the Executive Council, President Peterson, the delegates, our elected justices, and tribal host Fred Lou Sr. and hostess Millie Schoonover for the opportunity to speak before you today, to my family for their support, love, and teaching. My name is Emily Allerton. Shatine is the name given me by my uncle Ted Ocker. My great-grandmother is Marion Ocker, and my great-great-grandparents are Lydia Nix James and Ralph Kushk James. I'm Tlingit and Haida, grandchild of Eagle Frog Kuskadi clan. Our ancestors strove to protect our ways for future generations. Knowing our culture and community is where our strength and healing is found. Our people have faced unspeakable traumas. Our medicine was ripped from us and rendered illegal. Through these hardships, we could not heal as before with the strength of our ways. As Western medicine falls short, the world now looks to indigenous wisdom. That same medicine we were once punished for practicing. It is our responsibility to take ownership of the healing traditions handed down to us, to protect and steward our knowledge and resources, leading the way in traditional medicine. We will then benefit our tribe and ultimately our world as we find strength and healing through each other, our culture, our ancestors, and our Creator. My goal is to become a physician in Southeast Alaska, empowering people to find their own healing sources through traditional medicine. As an emerging leader, I will develop an understanding of how mental health care access, the protection of natural resources, storytelling, and language traditions benefit the health of our tribal members and Southeast Alaskans. I will endeavor to promote and protect traditional non-Western healing pathways, and I will learn how we can continue to make language education more accessible. Our arts, storytelling, and language are a part of who we are and are as integral to our health as traditional food and medicine. It is not only my privilege, but my responsibility as a tribal youth member to speak today, to work and fight for our future. I'm here for my ancestors who fought for our ways, for the healers who were punished for their medicine, those who were imprisoned for holding a potlatch, the children punished for speaking their language, and the ones who never came home. I am here for my grandfather Michael and those who grew up apart from their community, those who stumble in their native tongue. All of us remain connected through space and time, through blood and bone and the strength of who we are. As tribal youth, we are the ones who now owe it to them to fight for our ways and become who we are meant to be. I humbly ask for your support in the emerging leader role to enable me to do exactly this. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa.
Anyat kusani. Gunalchéesh achuk ayan khayi adi. Khit ay aksayi. Uskik ank enach Eliza Domini khut do sauk. Chickene din khut city. De shitan yeri khut city. Ashil kochas de shitan kal shikota city. Hal hit dach ay khut. My name is Eliza Domini. My Shinget name is Kuchit. I am Chickene D and de shitan yeri. I would first like to start off by saying Gunalchéesh to all of you delegates for all of the hard work that you put into our community, and it does not go unnoticed by our youth. As many of you might already know, I ran for the same position in 2020 and I did not get elected. But I did not want to let that stop me from just running again and putting my name out there and continuing on this path of leadership, because I believe that I have a calling and I'm very passionate about the work that I do, and I believe that I have a lot to offer as a leader. Over the past couple of years, I've been on a journey of self-discoverment and embracing my culture. And in high school, I was involved in various youth leadership groups around the greater Seattle area. And in 2019, I was elected as our Tlingit and Haida Seattle Chapter Youth Ambassador. And that's when I first attended Tribal Assembly, and I got to learn about all the ins and outs of how our tribal governance is run. In 2021, I was selected to serve as a youth delegate for our youth commission, and I'm currently going into the second year of my term. For the last 3 years, I've served on student government at UAS, and in the last 2 years, I've taken a position as a student body vice president. When elected as your emerging leader, I hope to strengthen all communication regarding youth commission projects, because I believe that the youth commission is doing amazing things, and everyone deserves to know what we were up to. I would also like to implement more suicide and mental health awareness trainings. I would love to see more cultural engagement opportunities in every community for our youth. I also believe we need more addiction aid and preventative efforts. Our Youth Summit's theme this year was "The Future is Indigenous," and I don't believe that there could be a better theme to explain how I feel about our future. With your vote, I hope to begin healing forward toward a better future for not just me, but for all of us. Gunalchéesh.
Ik je chwastini, ashlan you chat yourself. Chalk nachasati, heat crest, cogwantan a chat, chalk a kuni hitach a chat, sheetkaha. My name is Ashlyn. I'm Tlingit of the Eagle Moiety. My crest is the Killer Whale House. I'm Cogwantan from the Eagle Nest House in Sitka. My mother is Kinduane, Jeannie Amanoff, and my grandmother was Kinduane, Doris Amanoff. My father is Chevy Kadek. I was raised in Sitka and lived many years in Cape with grandparents Delbert and Melanie Kadek. Living between the two lands enriched my life both educationally and traditionally, while bringing me closer to our culture. In Cape, we harvested it from the land while helping family. In my hometown, I've been a member of the Sitka Native Education Program and drumming classes for years, serving as youth president this year. It's an honor to work with instructors who bring their voices and knowledge to share with us, creating spaces for youth. I spend my free time enriching my cultural identity with classes, workshops, college courses, various committees, and I'm seeking an AA in Northwest Coast Arts this fall. I'm working with FAI on the Elders and Youth Council as a Southeast Regional Youth Representative. Recently, I finished a Land Acknowledgement Committee where a discussion was opened by UAS for land acknowledgements. I attended the first and second annual TNH Youth Summit too. Talking circles at this summit give an opportunity to collaborate with like-minded individuals while creating resolutions that will add cultural values to our school districts if adopted. And being a part of this process and getting to add my voice has been an exhilarating experience for me to see upfront and firsthand how actions can be taken now that benefit current and future generations. During a leadership camp, there had been an emerging leader who spoke and inspired me to reach beyond my circle and take my desire to enrich my community through education, workshops, and focusing on the future of our culture. Watching my family serve so selflessly also inspires me to want to be one of the many voices that will uplift our cultural community. I will extend to this appointment a focus-driven dedication to the goals we set and to our cultural values as I have been doing. While I hope I'm the right fit for this position, I will cheer for the one who was selected. Getting to work and learn from you all would be a great honor, and to be an active part of our community to inspire more youth like myself is something I hope to do. Gunalchéesh Háw'aa for your consideration and support.
David Light, Citizen of the Year candidate from Anchorage. David Light attended the Tlingit and Haida General Assembly. He had a 3-day training for the task of assisting people to sign up for the corporation of their choice. After the land claim settlement, Tlingit and Haida appointed him to assist individuals to apply to be shareholders of the village corporations. All individuals were encouraged to apply to the village corporation of their choice. He was president for Tlingit and Haida for 2 years in his hometown of Haines. In his village, he was very involved with the Alaska Native Brotherhood. He worked very hard and helped to build the A&B halls in Haines. In Klukwun, with only his son, he built the one in Haines. He took leave from his job to build the A&B hall, and when the building was finished, 100 people traveled to Haines to attend the dedication for the A&B hall. He continued to attend the Alaska Native Brotherhood conventions. The Grand President McNeil encouraged 15 camps to write the history for their camp. David completed the task of writing the history of the camp, interviewing families and collecting photos, and then succeeded getting the booklet published. The history booklet was the only one that was published. The Haines A&B was then formed in 1916. The A&B camp in Haines was number 5. He joined the A&B in 1948, so he has been a member for 74 years. At his age, he is still working as a culture bearer, speaking and working with Dr. Steve Langdon. Please vote David Light, Citizen of the Year.
I hope you enjoyed those. I would like to take the time to thank all of the candidates. It takes a lot of courage to put your name up. A voting reminder. We are using the Simply voting for tomorrow. Please remember to have your card. There it is. You need this to do the voting tomorrow. Again, thank you for your time. And I will turn this back over to Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for all of the delegates who put themselves forward to run for office. We're going to now finish our second day with our memorial. And I want to take a moment to recognize, we received the hard news that former delegate Bertha Karras had walked on to the forest 2 days ago, and we had a prayer for her, but I want to take a moment of silence. Bertha was a very long time delegate, contributed greatly to Tlingit and Haida, and serving for many, many years on the Enrollment Committee. So if we could have a moment of silence for Bertha, and then I'll turn it over for the memorial. Thank you. And we lift Bertha's family in prayer and all of our prayers. So with that, I'll turn over to the memorial.
This is where I expect somebody to.
Jan, you're not muted.
Da
I'd like to turn it over to Vice President Rob Sanderson for a closing prayer.
Thank you, President Peterson. Over the years, since I've started, overseeing the memorial service here at the Tribal Assembly, it gets harder every year. Before I go into prayer, Mr. Chair, I wear my my orange shirt in honor of our lost children in the boarding school system, and so I felt it was appropriate to wear orange today. I noticed, in the slide presentation that we have lost a lot of young people, and that breaks my heart. It really does. My grandmother, Helen Sanderson, she lost one of her sons at 12 years of age, and when we used to clean his grave off, when we were growing up across the way at our cemetery, she said a parent that loses a young kid never gets over the grief, ever, not a day in their life. She said you just live with it, you manage the grief day in, day out, because it just don't go away. And she's lived with that for her entire 86 years of her life. And I also noticed that we had some fairly young adults that have left us in our citizenship here at T&H, and we had a lot of loss, and I just want our membership, our citizenship, to know that we uphold each and every one of them. Pain, it don't go away. We just have to deal with it the best we can, and it's never goodbye. In the Tlingit Haida culture, it's always we'll see you later. See you on the other side. It's like we'll pick up the conversation when we get there. And so our thoughts and prayers are to the families who have lost their loved ones. We've lost some giants over our time. I see in the slide. I've known many of these people. It's a difficult thing to do, to oversee a memorial service. It's just so hard. It brings back memories of times that we've spent with a lot of our young ones. And so as we go into prayer, just, think of all the good times that you've had with your family members, and, and know they're in a far, far better place than they were when they left this earth. We live in a world that's full of strife and turmoil, and they're not going through that right now. We're here dealing with that, and I take great comfort knowing that our loved ones have went on to a better place. So with that, if we just take a few moments and think of some good thoughts about our loved ones that have crossed, and we'll go into prayer. Thank you. Dear Heavenly Father, we come in to you in prayer today. We ask that you lift each and every family member who has lost a loved one in this last year and throughout this pandemic. Dear Heavenly Father, I see that we lost a lot of young people. And I pray to you today, oh God, that I pray that they are by your side and that you have a purpose for them, having left this earth so soon. Father, we ask that you comfort the families that have lost very young children, which is my greatest fear, Father, as a parent. And be with the young parents that have lost young children and comfort them. We've lost elders who took a lot of knowledge with them, and that can't be replaced. Dear Heavenly Father, I ask that you be with our entire delegation from every community that is represented here at Tlingit Haida, and be with them. When we lose a loved one, grief sets in. It will never go away. Depression, guilt, everything that goes along with losing a loved one. What could we have done to make our relationship better? So it's very important that we always practice kindness to each other, uphold each other, Lord, and help us see that every day that it's so important to do. And dear Heavenly Father, I ask that you bless each and every person on this Zoom meeting with Tlingit Haida. And to our delegates, please hear me. It's not goodbye, it's later. Dear Heavenly Father, we ask that you reach out and touch each and every family member, comfort them, and let them know that there will be better days ahead. Through your Son's mighty name, Jesus, we thank you. Amen.
Delegates, we stand at recess until tomorrow morning.